Morning all, it's your host N Commander, and it's another 3 a.m. stream because it's better than staring off into space. The last few weeks have been real roller coaster. So one of the big things that we've been discussing is there's a couple of major stability problems with a bunch of stability problems with this is actually the same VM from a year ago when I first tested if streaming on my MacBook Pro was even practical. Like, I kind of regret not just YOLO streaming before this, but it's something I had to work my way up to. Music is too high. Okay, I can fix that. Thanks. How's that? Is that better? Alright, up to 23 views. Alright, so SIMH. Alright, let me just hit make. I am... Like I said, it's been kind of a really sort of time. I don't know. In some ways, it's probably been the best period I've had in quite a few years. Like, looking back at it, the pandemic has really fucked. The pandemic, I wasn't doing well in the pandemic, but I wasn't doing well beforehand either. So, like, the last 2 years have been notably better. And there's more factors besides that. There's more factors. Alright, so that's gonna build. That's... Can I make... You get so used to using the Windows key because Mac, so that's going to compile. You know what? That can compile make J4. It's going to take a while to compile that, but whatever. So I can drop the music a bit lower. Let's try like down there. 2024, thank you for the $10 tip. Oh, I love that handle. That is awesome. And apparently, I can read Roman numerals. So right now, the biggest problem that we're running into is the stability issues that we're having with OpenBSD. The real machine is actually still building. Like, I checked in on it today. It's still going. At the rate it's going, it will finish in about 2, maybe 3 weeks. But the problem is that the RM page issues that we're having appears to be a race condition. I am making the assumption that the OpenBSD devs had something faster than a 25 megahertz microvax, which my moderator purchased to torment me with. Like, I don't... the original plan of this microvax was I was going to try and make NetBSD self-host, because I thought it was going to be... this entire summer is going to be incredibly disrupted for me. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do content creation. So I'm trying to basically do as much now so I don't have another 2 to 3 months of dead channel, because my fucking life is a disaster. I think I've found a happy medium ground right now. Wow, that is some terminal lag. That is some beautiful terminal lag, chat. Is this not accelerated? I haven't spent a lot of time running Ubuntu on this thing. That be lag. Alright, I'm just gonna let that do its thing, because I just do not fucking care right now. Yeah. It's not been a good time. Oh, wow, Chet, that is impressively slow. Maybe I should send it to a file. XXXX. Okay. Oh, and there was a second tip. Thank you. Well, if you write it as 20-24, we're currently watching The Wonderful World of Lag, but more specific, like, that is impressive screen lag. I suspect there are some accelerate. I have not been overly impressed with the state of virtualization on ARM. At least it works in current year. It just took Apple to actually, take it fucking seriously. But of all companies, Apple, ... question mark. I do think they had virtual... I mean, no, Parallels... I take that back. Parallels was one of the big things that that helped make macOS much more relevant after they dumped PowerPC. Like, I knew a lot of people who would pay money for Parallels in boot camp. So, no, I'd actually say Apple's probably one of the leading innovators on virtualization tech, although I don't generally think of it as such. So, yeah, this entire summer is just going to be complete shit. If everything goes as planned, I will be in new living arrangement and quote-unquote stability, but I don't know how long I'm going to be there. Like, my entire life is now in a very... It's gone from one holding pattern to another holding pattern, but at least it's a holding pattern that I know I'll be out of in at least 2 years, which is a major upgrade to what my life situation has been like for the last... I was actually looking at my old photos last night, and I was like, my God, my life went off a goddamn cliff. This is fine as a mood is a very good way to describe it right now. I don't really know how else I'm going to put it. More succinctly put, I am... The tentative departure date for New Jersey to move the Yaris is on Tuesday. I don't know if it's actually going to happen, because it's not the first... the great thing about deadlines is the sound they make as they go flying past. That's a Douglas Adams quote, but I sure as hell can agree with the sentiment. What it's more looking like is I am going to be driving the Yaris, and the Prius will be following behind me. I have actually debated putting a trailer on it, but the idea of trying to deal with a trailer in Jersey City is haha, I'm in danger. The holy shit. 2024, thank you for the $100 tip. I also learned that the alert box sound does not play for me. So I don't know how far back that was. I'm sorry, I'm standing here with mouth open. I would turn on my webcam, but I'm less worried about gas money now. You know what? That's how I'm going to go with that. No, I had an extremely long context switch between thoughts because the thought had to extend itself all the way through. I'm just... Okay, then. Yeah, okay, fair enough. If you want to call it a verbal key smash, call it a verbal key smash. Apparently you know, apparently, if you, apparently you can break me for the low price of $100. I don't know if that's a good or bad value. Like, am I putting myself too cheap, or should I aim for higher standards? Why is my life now having I'm chat, I'm dealing with I'm dealing with existential crisis questions in my head right now, and I don't have a trained professional to help me. Like, at what dollar value should I have a complete mental breakdown? Because on one hand, $100 tip is $100 tip, and that's like, yay. On the other hand, I it's the when it gets right down to it, well, I mean, am I selling myself short here? Am I worth $1,000 or maybe $200? Like, I'm a strong independent streamer. I should know what my values were. I can't even give straight answer. Help. I'm legitimately sorry. I'm there are days when you're a live streamer where you just have to stare into the absurdity, because let's be honest, I probably wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't a live streamer, because I'm not that personally emotionally invested in Vax. That being said, one of my moderators put a gerbil toy where I could reach it, and damn it to hell, I'm going to make it do something obscene. If it's running an operating system far too new for it, so be it. Well, am I not allowed to be indignant? Is is it? God damn it, I'm actually corpsing here. This is fine. All right. Okay, that's still. Are you kidding me? That's still downloading. Oh, how big is that fucking file? Why is it? What? Hold on. I actually gotta get on the VM and see what the hell. What is that file? This was my attempt to virtualize a Vax. Oh, isn't that the No, I'm aware of that, but like I'm not asking for legal fees. If I ever am in that situation, I really hope people would be that generous. But isn't that the thing? You know what? No, I'm not going to say the name, because if I say the name, it may bring the wrath of that. Yeah, you know what? Do not. There is wisdom in not invoking the names of people that could make your lives very, very painful. So that's not even the root file. Okay, so apparently I attached a second hard drive here. How big is that second hard drive? It's... you know what? Fuck that noise. I don't actually need that file. Because we're going to do something far more cursed. We're going to build some cross compilers today. That be right here. All right, so let me just copy the config file. So right now, I've switched out the network stack. This is now running on Linux. It's in a VM, but for this purpose, it should not matter. It's a fresh build of SIMH running on Linux, running NetBSD. If this blows up in the same way OpenBSD does, it either it starts to imply there's a SIMH problem. The downside I've looked at is that the known hardware, The actual hardware this is implementing in emulation is actually known to be exceptionally shit. And because of that, SIMH might accurately be emulating the bugs in the hardware adapter, which in turn is breaking the operating system. This is the type of hell I am in right now. So I need to do something that tells me if I am going the right way or the wrong way. All right, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to... Yeah, we'll just do that. Fuck it. Different fuck it. Oh, right. It's Control-C, not Apple-C. Control... Oh, God, chat. I've already lost my Linux muscle memory. I've only been gone for... I actually haven't been gone off the platform. Are you fucking kidding me? What? Where did my network go? Oh, please tell me I'm online. I am online, right? No, I appear to be connected to the internet. It's just apparently the VM has had confusion. Chat, I think I've invoked the wrath of the networking gods. No, yeah, I think what we have here is I think the network's chat, something bad happened. Yeah, okay, so can you even talk to the MacBook? No, it is completely seized up. Oh, that's special, chat. In trying to debug the network, I need to debug the network. What the hell actually broke? That's the part that scares me. All right, you know what? I'm just going to reboot it. I'm just going to pretend that didn't happen. This is going well. This is going so well. Like, this is off to a... Oh, frig. You know what? I just realized... It's like, I thought I had a more advanced VM. It's on the other user account, because I have a streaming account, just, you know, so I don't, like, accidentally leak a bank credential. Like, that is a nightmare I have had. Alright, so... No, I don't want AT&T Corn Shell. I don't know why I have that installed. Alright, can you talk to the world? You can talk to the world. Alright, great. How do I want to do this? I guess... Do I have shared clipboard? I feel like... I've had problems with UTM's guest shit just not working. And I'm like, ugh. Oh wait, I have a boot vax file. Hold on, is that what I need? I have an empty file named boot vax. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna grab it from the. It's like I've already shown this IP on air, so it's like I don't care. There's nothing on this machine I particularly care about anymore. A long time ago I used to use this as a mail server. I moved that to a different box, but this became my box of random shit that I just never turn off, which I probably should. Okay, that should be all I actually need. So source SIMH bin vax boot vax. Alright, so does it boot? Oh right, this will happen on Linux because it detects it's a multi It supports multiple language sets. Okay. I want to boot from DOA 0. And that will boot up the copy of the OS I already have on there. You know what, chat? I'm just going to install it from scratch, because at this point, I just do not care. Alright, how big is your actual hard drive image? Yeah, there is a way to change the default size, but I just do not care right now. So, like, this is basically a throwaway, and I'm actually a little bit cramped on disk space on this laptop. I have to clean it out, and I just haven't had the chance. Uh-oh. No, we still have network. Man, chat, I don't have warm fuzzies about this. It attaches NAT, attaches the CD-ROM, and then it dies. Is it actually dying because of the blasted network? Like, is it really... No, it's creating a file called CD-ROM. Why is it creating a file called CD... What? I don't even... Hold on. FBSD boot fax. Is that not the right syntax? Okay, so that's not where I need to be. Sorry, I'm looking at config files because I think my brain has basically said blah. No, that is... oh, no, it's set. Okay. That explains it. That entirely explains it. Now, hopefully I didn't kill that image. Hey, look, it now works. But that's not gonna work. I need to I need to change it so it dumps me to console. Yeah, goodbye auto boot. That's not actually the latest version, so hold on, because that says it's a 9.9.3. Because I'm going to actually have to build NetBSD tonight. At least the compilers, because we're going to do it. We're going to do some cross-compiling shenanigans. Because Because I want to make sure this is. I want to make sure I can reproduce this on 2 operating systems. Right. I need the VAX CD. I don't know why I care this much about this. Like, I don't actually have, like, any deep affiliation to the platform, but it seems like an interesting project, and, I mean, if I'm going to ever actually port an operating system, it seems like a decent enough place to start. Like, if nothing else, I am at least remembering a lot of the pain points. Okay, oh, that's downloaded. All right, and we're going to have to wait for it to install, unfortunately, but oh well. Oh, that time I was able to copy and paste across the across VMs. Ooh. Alright, boot DA1. I have learned that if you hit Xterm here, you do get color. Yeah, I gotta tell it to format. It's not because it didn't copy it, it's because the versions of SIMH are likely different. There we go. One thing I do want to do is mount options, just turn log on. Yeah, nothing else is really going to make that much of a difference, so we do that. Just do everything besides X. I'm gonna let it set it up because actually, you know what? Hold on, I can do that after the fact. Form auto configuration. Okay. Honestly, I should just let this. I should actually let this just do it over the. Do it over HTTP just to make sure it works. Like, I've done this before, but you know what? We are actually trying to stress test it, so I should just let it do this, even though I downloaded the whole thing before. Wow, how 62 people, and it's the middle of the night on a Saturday. God damn. God damn. I should actually put the tracker up. Do I not? Oh. Oh, I don't think I have it on this machine. I think I have it on... Actually, yeah, I can put this up. Let's put the deck vax. It shows the total amount of money that we've gotten. Oh, nope, wrong thing to grab. Grab that down here. Hey, Suzarin. I should note that that's counting all the tips that I've gotten since I last put the donation tracker up. Um, the Europa and my man. How does it feel living in the past and on when the ocean is on a different? The ocean is on the alternate side of the street. That's the part I'm a little bit scared of. Is apparent. Oh, for the love of. I think what happened is that file was from SIMH 3, and the file the hard drive format changing is why that project forked. I don't actually know what the original donation goal was. The original goal amount was $50. Yeah, someone came by and tipped 120, and I was like, what? So whatever. It's actually been a pretty good month as far as income on YouTube has been. It's not my all-time highest, but it's the highest it's been in a while. So I do think that while each individual stream really doesn't bring in all that much views, I do think if I can basically just, it would reasonably require me to stream 4 times a week if I want to reach my goal, maybe 5. So I think that is actually going to be what the goal I'm going to put myself in, for. Right now, as it stands, let me actually look at what my live content's been looking like, just to give you all an idea. I started live streaming again after I would say, yeah, after about a 9-month break. I had 2 streams in that period, but I was otherwise silent. I started streaming again at April, and I've done 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Actually, hold on. It's 30 per page. I can count the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I've done 20 live streams in the in roughly the last month, but I had a bunch of days where I simply was not physically capable of streaming because I am helping move a car because of the Yaris, which itself is going to be its own story. I'm probably just going to end up making... I'll probably put a Restless Yankee video together for that. For those who don't know, that is my second channel. I will drop the old link. Maybe someday it'll be big enough that I can monetize it. I probably will make a dedicated second channel for this one, for this channel at some point, but yeah, let's try that again. Oh, that's how that happened. I didn't know. I didn't know you were involved. I just knew that it forked. I hadn't been following along with the history. I might have to try SIMH 3 because I asked NeoZed, who was actually the person who got Slurp Networking working with it. originally, and I'm talking like 10 years ago, and apparently it may be borked on SIMH 4, so I've got to try it both ways, and if they're both broken, there's apparently a freeware demo of Char and Vax that I can try. It only runs on Windows, but I still have Absolution available to me for the next 3 to 4 days. I could also run it in the cloud if it really comes down to that, because if it works in Char and Vax and it doesn't work in SIMH, then SIMH is broken. If it's borked in both, then it means that the QE driver may be broken. In that case, I might actually have to install Ultrix or VMS and continue diagnosing, because I really would like to have a working network stack. If I could get distcc to work, I could probably cut my recompile time from 72 hours on a cold start to 8. I still have to bisect OpenBSD, and realistically speaking, most people who ever will try this, like all 3 of them, they're going to be using SIMH. Like, let's be realistic. What I will probably end up doing is I will probably make a paid download that is SIMH pre-configured to run this. It's all free and open source software. There's nothing wrong with doing so. And I will put OpenBSD, whatever the end result of this project is, on that emulator. Well, the thing is that this problem may actually happen on real hardware. I found a couple bug reports on NetBSD of the QE driver, that's just the one that matters here, being kind of shit. But the kind of shit bug reports saying that apparently this may actually be a hardware fault, that SIMH is actually accurately emulating, which sucks, but it's a really shitty situation to be in. Now, SIMH does have a second Ethernet driver. It's the DELQA something. It attaches to the LE driver in NetBSD and OpenBSD. It's also not what the actual VAX has. My VAX has a Lance chip. It was when DEC gave up and they just bought AMD chips. Like I said, the cost-saving measures were further cost-saved. So, probably because it was cheaper to buy a chip from AMD than make their own. Yeah, so I haven't quite figured out how to invoke a QBus machine, but the problem is that when I did try it, I couldn't get it more than 16 megabytes of RAM, which is what the actual QBus limit topped out at. Yeah, so... Or, no, it was DLULA, because QBus systems used one adapter, and I think it's VS systems. I should warn you that I haven't slept well and I don't have the manuals. This is all off the top of my head. Please forgive me, deck fans, because I am learning here. Like I said, this could also be macOS's network stack being kind of shit. It's not the first time that I've seen weird and strange networking problems on macOS miraculously vanish when I try it on Linux. And honestly, it could be entirely that, which is why we're trying the simple thing and doing it on just throwing it in a VM and seeing if I can run distcc. Shodan, thank you for the $10 tip. Yeah. So apparently there is what is it? DE Luna configuration, but I haven't figured out how you actually get that to work. It's not properly documented because SIMH's documentation is both incredibly useful and incredibly garbage at the same... No, it has the worst organization I've ever seen. The documentation is good. To find anything in those pile of Word documents is... that's how I feel about it. That's what the thing is, that if we're running NetBSD, we're running GCC 10. We've changed up the compiler. I could try running NetBSD and having it compile itself. But there are multiple people that have confirmed that, who have run the compile all the way through on SIMH. NetBSD 10 is known to be self-hostable. Well, no, Linux's stack is, I believe Linux's stack, I don't think it's derived from BSD because it can't be. Because at that point, or no, it might be actually. Net 2 was not encumbered. Yeah, Suzanne, that's why I'm looking at this. It's like, this might not actually be an emulation fault because the actual hardware was known to be garbage. So this is like emulating a free C501 card, which rather notoriously has a document is, do not buy this networked card, not even as a joke, because it's a half duplex. It's technically a full duplex card whose entire Ethernet packet buffer is one. It can hold exactly one full Ethernet frame, which was probably acceptable with IPX, but it's really, really bad with TCP/IP, which means that most emulated implementations of this card are less shit than the real thing. Yeah, so at this point, I need to figure out how I could get a DE Luna just plugged in somewhere. But I want to make sure that this isn't that this is not an OpenBSD bug in disguise. Like, I don't want to have to fuck with this if I don't need to. Although, chat, that's looking a little bit frozen. Nope, nope, nope. It's moving. Chat, it is moving. It's like, God. Sim boots up with the... It depends on which machine emulator you're using. I'm using the VAX one because the VAX one lets you do things that you can't do on real hardware, like put a silly amount of memory in a VAX, which is really nice for what I'm trying to do. If I have to do this with 16 megabytes of actual RAM in the emulator, the worst sentence I can come up with is it's not technically impossible. Well, no, I'm going to take that back. It depends on how flexible OpenBSD's memory manager actually is. Strictly speaking, malloc can fail if you allocate more memory than there is physically present in the system. Linux can handle that. OpenBSD might not, because let's be honest, it's an absurd request. I'm just seeing if it even works. And right now it's extracting, it's not downloading. This is not download performance, this is tar doing tar. Yeah, so I think I need... The problem is that the Unibus is going to just be slower VAXs. So it is always XQ? So is there an easy way to just set it to QBus or get the other one? Like... Well, I'll also show you what it does when I ping things, because that one I did test, and that one was hilariously bad. Unibus was faster. Okay. Right, because... Oh, right, because the default SIMH target is a QI... It's a hacked-up QA65, which they call QA665X, because it technically supports more than what the actual hardware did. It's was technically capable of the bus, if I remember correctly. So set CPU... Alright, so let me look at the set SIMH... Set CPU. See, now I gotta look at the SIMH documentation and figure out what goes in that field. document. Let's see here. Set CPU. Okay, here it is. Microvax, VAX server, VAX station, change between system types. Okay, here we go. This is the part that I think I needed to see, but so Microvax, VAX server, VAX station. Okay, so that's still going. So after this goes, we'll see if we can switch the driver out. I'm just using the generic VAX target. I'm not using any specific one. Hold on, I'll pull up a new terminal. It's the Microvax 3900 simulator. Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to be trying. The problem is that the config file then changes, and then I have to figure out how to make the config file change. It is really, really irritating. Because all the syntax changes in weird and strange ways. It drives me completely up a wall. I really... Like I said, it's some of the worst organized documentation I've ever come across. Like... Alright, so if I try a... What? 8600... Wow, do I not have multiple cores? Show CPU. Standard instructions. So, let me do show dev. Yeah, see, like, this was one of the big problems I ran into, is I couldn't even figure out how I could get it to install. The devices didn't seem to match up with reality. Okay. So, show config is what I want. Alright. So... Vaxstation 4000, you know, a Vaxstation 4000 VLC would be very close to what the actual hardware is. This should be a bit, yeah, KA48. That is what the actual hardware is a KA45, but let's be honest, the difference is marketing. You know what this is? If this works, I want to, yeah, see, this has Lance Ethernet controller. All right, well, hey, Lucy in chat, thank you for becoming a member. Don't steal my entropy, chat. It's actually quite... That is an actual security risk, because I showed the entropy on screen. You could actually determine what the state of the random number generator would be on a cold boot. Not that I think anyone in their right mind would do this for an emulated VAX. All right, hold on. Let me actually think about this. Because I'm having an idea, and you know what? I want to try that idea first, because I have this already built for Mac OS. So why don't we just try the Lance driver? Like, why didn't I try this earlier? Hold on. Let me do a bit of changing on the stream, because if this actually makes the problem go away, I will be very, very happy. Because it's a quick and dirty solution to it. Let me bear with me for a moment. I have to switch the... You know what? I can just set this up as this. Like, why do I care? This is a dedicated streaming user. There's nothing... The only thing... Unless I do cat.ssh.rsa, I'm not going to do anything on this machine that's going to cause a bad. Specifically why I have this. Hold on. And... I would like to select Cool Retro Term, please. Thank you. Alright, and then let's just change the profile. That is a much darker profile than I wanted. Let's turn up the brightness, please. Like, you know what? Let's just turn it up, you know, all the way. It actually looks oversaturated here, but I know on stream that this looks correct. Because I see it a bit brighter than the actual stream gets it. So, right. So this was my kind of junk OpenBSD VAX, boot VAX. Is that what I was looking for? Yeah, so I was trying this with classic SIMH and I accidentally a hard drive. That is my story and I'm sticking with it. I do have the NAS up tonight, right? Like, let's. This is actually an easier way to test. So I've got 5.8 running there. What's on 101? Oh, I know what's on 101. All right, I don't actually care all that much right now. Right, no, 101 is fine because it's still fundamentally the same compiler. So if we're going to do this, let me hop into 5.6 because that was the one that, like, kind of was actually working. Let me grab OpenBSD, boot VAX, micro. So VAX station 4. Do I want to actually just make a new VM for this? No, it's perfectly fine. Hold on, let's be honest. It's perfectly fine to have a telnet session on BBS on a modern version of a VAX because nothing on that type of connection is determined to be secure. If I wanted to run a network, I could run a NetHack server over telnet on a VAX as long as it was running modern NetBSD. I am not going to have any problems. Even a reasonably, you know, realistically something like that, I could even probably get away with old Open NetBSD. Like, I wouldn't run Ultrix because 90s Unix had some really fun security bugs, but NetBSD 10 running NetHack and dgame shell, which was specifically designed for that case, that would run fine on a VAX, and that will probably be the end life of this VAX. Alright. I was doing something important, chat, and my brain just completely went... Oh, I just realized what Sheldon meant when let's get this to a satisfying paragraph 2. You got it up to $256 on my tip jar meter. So I was doing something important. Let me actually think about this. Because I am a little worried I'm going to trash a hard drive by doing this, and I'd rather not do that. It's just... How bad's my disk space situation? Let me make sure I actually have the disk space to do this before I do anything stupid. See your user's data. Okay, I'm at 82% of disk usage. I really need to like, this entire directory is 100 gigabytes because it's not using sparse images. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a copy of it. I don't want to risk losing what I have now. I'll eat these onto the NAS when I'm here. You know what? Let me just do this. Let me do vac station 4000. And let me make a new config file from it, from the existing ones. Because I can do OpenBSD boot vacs. And I can copy the... Or I can link the install images. Alright, so now if we go SIMH... Now it's going to tell me what it doesn't like, and it doesn't like most of that file. So, okay, so it's not RQ, so show config. Alright, it's not on screen, so I can actually scroll the damn thing. So it needs to be RZ0, which... Oh, yeah, I'm guessing that's probably, That's probably SCSI devices, isn't it? Yeah, so RZ0 would probably be a SCSI device. So, if that's the case... Like, let's just see if we can get into the blasted install CD. I'll worry about a hard drive next. And then it said that it needs to be RS, because that's the Lance device. Because we are going for cheap. Too few arguments. Okay, so that worked. Loading boot code. I just want to see what network driver it attaches. I want to make sure it's going to attach the same one. Yeah, so this looks exactly how the I'm hoping it's faster than that, but... Okay. Chat, I really hope the virtual memory test doesn't fail, because I have actually found real memory problems that way. I had a problem where I was running... I forgot what I was actually running. I was running the mem test in a VM, and it actually failed, and it turns out the actual desktop system had a memory problem. I should be... Yeah, I can just disable it, though, when it finally, you know, finishes. Yep, there it goes. I remember I turned this off on the VAX for a reason, and very thankful you can. There's gotta be a way to turn this off. I feel like there's not a way to turn this off. Let's see here. NVRAM. If I hit Control E, can I do, let's see here, show... Oh, I don't even have an NVRAM attached. Quit. And then it attached the NVRAM. Okay. Set sim halt, set auto boot. Can I tell it not to run the memory test? I may just have to wait for it. Yeah, oh, you're right. I have to break to the ROM. It's send break, isn't it? Oh, no, oh, God, I remember this. It's show console. Set break to something actually on my... Well, hold on. I actually have... I have a physical break key. Hold on. I don't know if this is actually going to work. Well, I mean, it's still actually doing things. So I sent it a break, and it didn't do anything. Shift, Control B. Nope. I cannot send it a break properly. I have to probably... What I've had to do... Oh, hold on. Maybe it's... Control 2? Yeah, see, I couldn't get that to work. Set, break, 07... You know what? That works. I sent it a break, but I don't think it's going to do anything. Damn it. Set con halt. Well, no, I think macOS is capturing that because every time I hit the break key, my keyboard backlight moves. I think this is macOS being a pile of shit. I think I'm just going to wait for it. I'm just going to wait for it. Now show CPU. All right, fine. Halt to console. That doesn't work. So I hit Control G now, and it still doesn't actually break. Well, I remapped it to Control G because I can't use the default mapping. Simulation stop. Why is this constantly a problem? I could try this. I've tried this with other terminals. I just don't seem to be able to send a break on Mac OS. But right, I'm hitting Control G now, having changed show break to Control G. Unless you can't break it on this RAM test, it may be possible I can't break it here. You may have to reset. Well, it's still running the RAM test. I'm kind of inclined to just let it go. Alright, I'll wait for you to find that config. I'm gonna... Let's see here. What was I doing? Alright, so Zara is looking for that. Yeah, it incremented one. Alright, yeah, no, it's not running. It's now been broken. Let me put... Alright, let me put set CPU con halt there. Vaguely remember that I think I had this problem before. Okay, so it's loading internal boot code CA48A. Right, so that gets to a question mark. All right, you know what? I'm just going to sit and let it run. We'll just do it cold start and let it run. because it should save that in the NVRAM once it boots. I can do, was it set memtest 0? Actually, you know what? I can speed this up. I can actually speed this up. Hold on. If it has less memory, it'll go faster. It won't let me go that low. Probably 8's the low limit. But, you know what? It'll go faster. It has less memory to test. Oh, that's a different one. I'm saying the actual break. So let me try that. So set con halt, set console WR7 like that. Come on. Nope, that just broke it. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I have to do Control E? Well, hey, chat, it's going a lot faster now. Yeah, I'm just going to let it go with 8 megabytes of memory because it seems to be happier like that. But that's all that's successfully done has remapped my break to SIMH key. No, we don't need the RAM disk. We just need to get into the console so I can turn off the memory test, because we're going to have to reboot it a couple of times. I don't want to have to do this every time. So, chat, how's your progress bars going today? Mine are going nice and slow. So this is where... Oh... I didn't expect it to do that when I clicked and dragged. No, my break to SIMH key worked. I need to send the break to firmware so I don't have to sit through the whole memory test. It's being able to send the break to the VAX so I can firmware break. Because if you send an actual break on the serial line, it's supposed to send me back and send me to the triple prompt. Well, it's going quickly. It's almost there. Chat, it's at 99.9%. Hey! Oh, chat, things failed. That is not good. That is actual system failure. Oh, I don't actually... Oh, my console's actually a bit screwed up. What is it? Fboot... Set fboot... Alright, so that should be saved. Now let's give it more memory. So hopefully it won't run the full memory test. Uh-oh. Complain less appears to be relative. Because I don't think it saved that setting. I mean, that looks like it's running the memory test. Let's see here. SIMH fboot. You really don't appreciate how much of computing was held back by mechanical rust. This is somewhat painful, chat. Like, if this is what we have to do, this is what we have to do. But man, oh man, I'm not going to be happy about it. Like, if this actually successfully de-enshittifies OpenBSD's network stack, because if I can run distcc, my build time is literally a fraction of what it used to be. I assume it saved it. That being said, maybe it didn't. Or maybe because the... Oh, you know what? Because maybe the memory amount changed. Like, yeah, I could entirely see the firmware forcing a RAM test if the amount of memory detected has changed. Because that is... Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let me see here. Help. Alright, let me just... You know what? Let me just see... no, that's not going to work. Can I continue from here? Nope. Nope, I broke it. It's trying to boot off Ethernet and something bad happens. I'm assuming... Can I tell it... Can I tell to show... boot RQ0? Oh, boot RC0. Okay, that time it actually wrote the NVRAM. I don't think it did that last time. So... Let's just try that. Let's just see if that works. Maybe that only works on the older ones? Who knows? Boot NVRAM. Alright, we'll try that. Like, I had no luck in trying to get this emulator to do anything useful. Because I did try this, and then I think I forgot that I tried this. Alright, let's just do boot CPU. And then I'll do show dev from the console. I'll figure out what the correct command line is. Hopefully it's going to be less miserable. I mean, that time it did save the NVRAM. So, oh, you know, so... But there was also a bunch of other test faults. Oh, yeah, no, look, that time it definitely skipped the memory test that time. It probably forced the full test because the hardware config had changed. I just realized that this may try and load the LCG driver. This may be broken for an entirely different reason. Oh, chat, that would suck. That would legitimately suck. Yeah, look, LCG is actually complaining right now. I really hope that doesn't come back and haunt us. So, I think it would be boot DK0. Okay, that's actually starting up. Let's see what it says its hardware configuration is. Oh man, that's not happy. Hey, chat. Look what's crashed on. Like, fucking damn it. Chat, we've just been nailed by the same goddamn issue. It broke because the frame... This is the same thing that broke NetBSD. Show dev. Can I disable that? The problem is that this hardware is supposed to have that. I am unamused. I am actually going to have to compile a new kernel, and then I'm going to have to figure out how to put it on the goddamn disk. That sucks. I'm legitimately thinking about how I'm going to have to deal with that. Right, and the emulation of SIMH doesn't have the hardware either. The problem is the configure check is running on the correct hardware. It killer poked it. Well, I shouldn't say killer poked. It's probably trying to... Is the PC actually still moving? No, it actually killer poked it. Look, it's not... The simulation is not advancing. It... Chat, at least we already found... At least I already solved this problem. I am so unamused right now. I wasn't expecting to have to do this. Because if it's running on a VaxStation 4000 VLC, it's assuming the frame buffer device is physically present. The if check does not... Yeah, it has a config. I have to recompile the damn thing. Let me... Hold on. Let me see if I can go to an older version. Maybe we can get out of this. The driver wasn't all that... Like, can we try 5.6? We were trying 5.6. God damn it. When was that driver introduced to OpenBSD? Because maybe we can cheese this. No, because I need to... Fine. You know what? I'm just going to give it what it wants. Like, no. It's like, I have a perfectly good OpenBSD system that I set up for this on my fucking NAS. I might as well use it. 5.5. Do I have to do anything special here, or can I just type make? I think if I do make clean, what happens? Yeah, that's what happens. I have to do a few things. Hold on. So sys55 arch vax config generic no LCG. Okay, we're good. I now need to set up the Vax environment. So that is... Is it export eval or eval export? I think it's export eval. Hold on, build tips. Because I have these written down. Eval export. Alright, so now, if we go here, no LCG, config, build directory is here, source directory is sys55, and config is sys55 arch vax config no LCG. Oh, yeah, okay. Make clean. Okay, and that's cross-compiling a kernel. I have found that you can get away with cross-compiling the kernel. Now, the problem is I need to put that on a fucking disk image. And that one I'm not so sure how I'm going to do right now. The problem is I have no easy way of rebuilding the root files. I guess I'm going to have to... can I just... Would that even work? Like, I'm actually trying to think of how I'm going to get this in the fucking emulator. Because is there anything special I have to do to build the install CD? No, the problem is that this is a hard cut. This is very old school platform configuration. Like, this is... I am legitimately trying to figure out how I'm going to get this kernel into that emulator. Wait a minute. I just had an idea. Please tell me this works twice. Is there a chance that the RAM disk kernel doesn't have it? Damn it! How the hell am I going to install this? I think... Okay, I'm going to hope that the hard drive format between VAX emulators is the same, because then I can cheat. There is a way I can cheat here. Alright, so... we now have a freshly baked new VAX kernel with that new... Alright, so... If that's the case, let's go over here to 5... What did I think I built the 5.5 kernel. Just because it's what I was screwing with earlier. Boot VAX. I mean, you know what? It doesn't actually matter, but boot VAX. Put you here. And there's a reason I'm going to do that. So we're going to do source... source... bin... SIMH... VAX... Because that's going to make new disk images. Oh, wait, did I override my config file? I think I overrode my config file. I did override my config file because I'm a genius. All right, you know what? That's fine. All right, so let me go to 5.5. Let me grab its hard drive. OpenBSD, VAX, HDD, root. Here. So I think I can just attach it and it will do the quote-unquote right thing, because I don't know what the setting there needs to be. So this needs to be RQ like that. So let's try that with the microvax. Because if I can get this to at least start trying to boot off that hard drive, I can just boot it up in the other one and we would be good. I forgot to delete that line, but otherwise it seems like it's happy. Not quite. I still need to fix the config a little bit. Microvax. Yeah, because you're RZ0, RZ1, blah, blah, blah. And I should probably set these to none. Because OpenBSD was complaining about this. Okay, apparently that doesn't work. Oh, it's disable. Well, that's weird how it said command not allowed, but okay. Let's see if this does anything. Because then I can just boot it up from the other one. Oh, that's why it was complaining about 6. Okay, that's fine. Right, this is probably going to complain because its configuration has changed again, but it should be okay. The ISO is a bog standard FFS. Yeah, you know what? That would probably work. No, it said not command not allowed for disabled, so I don't have a random disabled file. It's not quite that stupid, although I've seen it do similar. God, that memory test. That memory test. Alright, it's still going. Oh, the initiator's on 6. Well, it shouldn't matter. It's just... Oh, yep, there it goes. I get the feeling that this is not exactly heavily tested, this front end. Alright, so hopefully it tries to boot from this hard drive, because then I can just copy the image in with another emulator. I have no good way to mount this file system. Alright, let's... DK0? Oh, okay, that's booting up OpenBSD VAX. Let's see if it actually, you know, boots. Yeah, okay, that died in exactly the right place. So, alright, so let's quit that. So let's boot it up with the other one. I don't have OpenBSD running on anything that I could easily attach it to. That's the bigger problem. I've had historical problems with getting UTM to do that. So this is a quick and easy. This is a, well, I shouldn't say it's quick and easy, but it's a viable solution. Because I can just switch the emulator to one. Because the networking works well enough here, I can use SCP. Yeah, see, it is actually trying to boot. It probably falls over not long after, so we just need the no LCG driver. I'm going to just disable that thing, because let's be honest, it's... Oh, no. Unexpected inconsistency. Oh, no, I know why, because that's not a... there's no file system on that. Yeah, there's no file system on that. Oh, fuck, I'm going to need that file system, aren't I? Let me just take it out of FS tab for now. Like, once we have it actually... Are you kidding me? What? Okay, that works. Chat, I feel like I'm missing commands. Or like my entire user... Hold on, let me do mount A. Oh, there we go. Alright, that... Yeah, I'm not... I forget some of the quirks of... Oh, wow, it left the terminal in a broken state. Stop, please. That's the wrong emulator. No, that's the right emulator. What am I saying? Okay, we don't need to do SSH keygen. We just need to let it boot up. Okay, so... where is that kernel? Oh, 5.5, not 5. Yeah, that's the concern I have, is it could be transient. It could be a bunch of things, which is why by switching out the network driver that we're using in SIMH, it will get me to the root of this problem a lot faster. All right, so that's copied over. So let me halt the emulator. Okay. Wow, we're up to 91. God damn. I'm going to be really happy, Dance, if I can... I know for a fact that I'll be the first one to have ever tried OpenBSD on this emulator because of that broken driver. I have actually gotten responses that it has fixed NetBSD on a few other machines. Apparently, NetBSD was broken on a fair number of microvaxes. You could start the install CD, you cannot get the running system. So it's known that that driver definitely has some issues. Man, aren't system self-checks fun? Yeah, see, that's my concern, is that this might be... I don't know what this is, because what NeoZ told me is that in his experience, SIMH has problems with compiler optimizations, and I should compile it 0 if I actually want it to, like, worked the way it's supposed to. I'm currently just using it built on Clang, but I could easily see something voodoo breaking. I can't imagine it's been tested on ARM64 that often. That being said, I mean, that could actually be the problem. It could be SIMH on ARM64 and something went ka-fling, which would suck because it means I've been dealing with this for days because I had to be on the fucking cutting edge and I couldn't just get a fucking normal PC laptop. Alright, let's see if it will actually... let's see if it'll actually boot. Das Boot. I believe that was no LCG. Yeah, it's going. It is going. That is that is almost certainly the absolute first time that someone has booted OpenBSD on this target in SIMH. Especially fun when you are past the BASD. Yeah, so it's complaining that the clock has gained, I think, what is that, 2 decades? Chat, I think it might actually be running at 25 megahertz. I'm actually a little concerned. That is slow. Oh, you know what? It's probably running disk check. I hope it's running disk check. Well, you know, the nice thing about having those extreme corner cases is that you don't have to deal with shit down the line like this. I think I might have to actually break out Charn. I am... Has it hung? Question mark. Okay, so that's what the PC is running at. No, it is still actually going. I don't know what it's actually trying to do right now. Like... Show CPU. Hey, Decar Mitch. Alright, I'll hit Control C. Stray interrupt, vector, I think something bad has happened. Yeah, I think something bad has happened. Let's try that. Let's just try it again. Great. Cesar, have you had this problem before? I really do think... What do they... someone told me about Charn Vax. Let me just see how bad this actually is. I honestly may... Charn Vax. Read more. Honestly, I might just send them an email and see if they are willing. They emulate... They have... The Charn Vax supports it supports emulated Vax 6000 devices and Vax 3600, Microvax 2, and similar systems. I mean, for book a demo... It may be worth asking them. Yeah, I know. Ironically, Charon was also the name of FTL's authentication daemon. Yeah, we'll try it again. We'll see if it actually decides to, you know, behave. I am somewhat like I if this is starting to feel like more like a SIMH problem. I can understand if this is the state of what SIMH has been like for a few years. I can understand why the OpenBSD devs did not want to continue this on emulation. Like, even I like, this does not fill me with happy joy. But maybe I can get away with using a different target. All right, let's see if it actually boots this time. Like, should I just let it run, or... Yeah. Try the... Alright, I'll try that one. I don't have an... hold on. What do I actually have as targets? Vac stations. Let me try microvacs. App boot firmware is not completely happy. Okay, can I show dev, please? Well, that one looks like it's seeing the hard drive correctly. So that is an improvement, question mark? The SCSI bus broke. It's seg faulted. It's seg faulted. Hold on. It's seg faulted in the same place. Hold on. Wow, that is a backtrace. What did it actually die on? The backtrace isn't even right. No, it's show panic. Okay, hold on. Stopped in arithmetic. This is where it's. Oh, I know where exactly where it is in the code path. Okay. So it's seg faulted. It actually seg faulted running SCSI return. Wow, this just hates me, doesn't it? Is there anything else that this can tell me? I mean, yeah, let's try it again. I guess that's what it comes down to. I might have to run distcc with the real fucking thing, because apparently that is the only thing that will actually work. Yeah, no, that one just kernel panics. Now what? Let me see here. What else do I have? Let me try Microvax. 3110 M80 Microvax. Well, so far so good on this one. KA47A. Let's see here. Well, I compiled out the LCG driver, Suzerain. We already have it. The disk image it's booting from, it's booting off the kernel with LCG removed. So, and I already saw from the D messages that we are getting that it's loading that kernel. So, it should be okay with any of the VAC station targets, assuming that they're stable enough to actually boot. Like, it was kernel panicking on the SCSI stack on that one. That was an NCR one. I don't know if the actual system is the same driver. I've never seen that failure mode. Okay, that's good to know that is... Good lord. I am going so deep down the rabbit hole, it's a little bit scary. I don't know. I don't know what I'm whistling. I don't believe they actually support running a GUI on them, and even if they did, I doubt anyone's written a driver for X, considering the LCG driver was written in 2014. I'm not particularly good at whistling. All right, well, that's going. No, I know what it's from. I know it's from The Great Escape. Okay, so this is as broken as everything else. You know, chat, it's probably trying to talk to something broken. I'm just sitting here kind of like... Fuck. You know what? Let's just try it with 5.8, just on the offhand chance this is an OpenBSD bug. We might... I mean, that's real copium on my part, but let's just try it for the sake of trying it. Yes, it did identify the right platform, and then it did something really scary. It turned on the floating point unit. But it just crashed in the same place. I don't think the SCSI emulation in SIMH is up to this. I think OpenBSD is bad touching it somewhere. This is... I could try and run it off NAT. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to think what that would even involve. I would have to have a full tap network, so it would have a real IP address, at least somewhere on my network. In theory, SIMH can use VDE or NAT, because I'd have to set up MOP, and then I have to MOP into a... I really don't want to fucking do that. I really don't want to fucking do that. That just sounds like fucking hell. Maybe I can tell it to load the boot blocks off the hard drive and then let me reconfigure. That would be maybe less miserable, question mark? This might actually be less painful on the real hardware. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about it. It's like, it might actually be less painful to do this on real hardware. But there is apparently a freeware version of Char on Vax. It's not based on Sim. They also have alpha emulation vendor. So this was basically made up by a bunch of ex-deck folk from their European branch. Okay, so I can configure it here. Okay, hold on. Oh, I could have disabled the device that way. I didn't know you could do that on... Well, live and learn. I can enter DBB. That would have been good to know a while ago. Let me turn verbose booting on. Hold on, there's actually something about boot config. Boot config. So I do find... Okay, so this is literally everything that's compiled into this kernel. I could theoretically disable this. Okay, so that actually turned on a whole bunch of verbose messages. And then it just completely dies right there. Oh, that's right. I meant to boot off the CD. I completely forgot the entire purpose of this exercise. Well, the problem is, I'm on a Mac with an ARM processor. In Russia, we have an omen that by whistling, you are losing your money. God, that is an interesting... I knew someone who was from... she was an exile from the Soviet Union. They basically So I actually know I've had some very interesting insights to what life in Russia is like, and especially what it's like if all your news media comes from Putin. Like, I have literally seen what that does to a person. We have tried that. It was hilariously slow. Actually, hold on. No. I would have Rosetta 2 on a MacBook. Can't I run Wine on a MacBook Pro M2? Like, I feel like this is a thing I should be able to do. Yeah. I'm wondering where that came from because I don't see like a free version on their website, but obviously sometimes like things like that they just post it to hobbyist community. Yeah, no, I remember I was tagged on it. I just have to find it. Charonvex freeware. Well, you know, it says it's provided freeware, but I don't think it actually is. Let's see here. Do they have a files list? I suspect this is not actually... Like, is there an actual license file in here that says... Like, I'm looking at the files list. Yeah, this doesn't look like freeware. Oh, no, it actually... This might actually... Yeah, no, this actually might be freeware, because I'm looking at it, and a bunch of the installer files say charon_freeware, so that was actually freeware. It doesn't say it's free to redistribute, but... Huh, interesting. I'm going to have to think about that one, because I'm not sure how I'd be able to use it. Oh, that command does nothing of use. Let's see if it crashes less booting the 5.8 CD. No, that crashes exactly in the same way. Chat, how many years is that? Because that doesn't look right. Like, chat, that actually looks wrong. Yes, no, 13,451 days is the equivalent of 538 years. Oh, no, hold on. It's the equivalent of 37 years. That's not epoch, is it? Like, is it reading a fucking 0 for the time of day? Because reading 0 for a time of day will break a lot of operating systems. But it shouldn't be resetting that far back in time. It should be resetting... Oh, I know what's wrong. Do you want to bet that one of those error codes is the time and day clock? And you want to bet that OpenBSD does a set the clock from the kernel build time, then reads it back and gets a 0? Do you want to bet that that's what happened? Because I have seen this failure mode on ARM all the time. That is almost certainly what happened. The Todd is in VMS mode. How do I fix that? I'm assuming... You know what? Maybe I can disable the clock. Maybe I can disable the clock. Because presumably there is a driver for that clock. I mean, I can let it just keep going, but I have this entire... Config... Okay, set WTC time standard. That would, yeah, because SIMH would try and synchronize the clock. Yeah, I can entirely see that doing something very bad. I have seen that. That brought back flashbacks of all the fascinating things that happen when you have a defective RTC. When time is not moving as the operating system thinks it's moving, it is amazing to watch the amount of things. What would ever happen if we had a real life failure of tick? Because without tick, you cannot talk, and without talk, time does not progress. Wow, that was oddly philosophical. I'm really hoping that this is the problem. I am really, really hoping this is the problem. So the time of day clock has a VMS Ultrix mode. So SIMH set WTC. My god, there is an actual VMS mode. That is... There are two types of emulators. Whether the guest OS uses a 2-digit year field only as a way to indicate if the time is valid and the time is rolled into a new year. For the time to be seen as valid, the year must be fixed at 1982. Other OSs use this field to actually store the current year. Oh, that's how you said. Hold on. I just figured out how you make the. Hold on. I found the magic command to make it go fast. It is set CPU diag min. Nope. Apparently that don't work. That is wild that the time of day clock has two different modes. The question is, would it break the operating system that bad? I guess if you know what, if SIMH was setting the clock against the host system, I could entirely see something bad happening in OpenBSD. That now that makes perfect sense. I'm surprised I didn't have to do anything with that in real hardware, considering that the real hardware almost certainly ran VMS. Is there like a dip setting you have to set? Or... Cesar, who's ever tried to run... How many people are trying to run OpenBSD on SIMH? Like... If the clock goes past 32-bit rollover... Oh no, chat, that would actually do it. Wouldn't that put us past epoch? Because that would exceed a 32... Oh god, this is going to stop working in 2036, chat. Yeah. Yeah, I could entirely see this as... Because I could entirely see OpenBSD trying to set the system clock, reading it back, and getting a nonsensical answer and getting extremely confused. I could entirely see that breaking something. So how are we all enjoying this authentic Vax experience? I'm going to just have to start rolling back the time. Alright, so we do boot DK0. 3, 2, 1, go. It's lost less days. So that actually did change something, but it didn't fix it. Alright, so where is it getting... Oh! No. No, that was me setting a control something. You know what? I'm just going to see if NetBSD will boot. Because at this point, you know, this could entirely be... where did I put... it would be NetBSD 10. I don't know why. That's why we're going to try. We're going to see if NetBSD will boot. I have the distinct feeling that the emulator is simply not up to this task. It's probably doing something on the SCSI. We've already seen it crash on the SCSI bus, so I would literally have to figure out how to break into DDB, which isn't impossible, but Joy. Cesaren has an actual PDP-10. I never actually telnetted into it when it was up, which I kind of regret not doing, but I forgot what I was doing in my life, but it was not a good time. Yeah, but we've already seen it actually crash in SCSI, so I don't think it's happy happy joy joy. A problem is I would have to like give it I would have to make it a real network, which I really don't want to do if I want to do NFS route. Yeah. I'm currently waiting for the bar to move. So I did drop a YouTube short yesterday. In fact, I actually have more scheduled. I finished 7 of them. No, hold on. I'm on the console. Yeah, I finished 7 of them, which members can now see. I probably will edit more in the near future. Like, I don't know if shorts are a good use of my time, but they're not hard to make in mass. Alright, there's one other thing I want to try before I give up on this idea for now. Let's see if we can just... Let's see here. Let me do boot C. I'm just seeing if there's anything else I should disable. Because it does look like it's getting to the root file system, but it's not even booting. Yeah, like, I don't even see an RTC device, and the odds are it doesn't actually have one, like a dedicated one I can just, disable. I can just let it sit here, like... Yeah, it does actually look like it's trying to do something. Well, is it actually trying to do something? Chat, it's basically running... No, it's spin looping on something. It's not making any progress. Look, because right here, it's... something in the state machine is entirely broken down. God damn it. Let me just do one thing first. Let me try disabling RZ07, because if it's possible that we're having the equivalent of SCSI termination issues... Yeah, it may be. That's the problem. But it definitely looks like it's hanging in kernel space. I don't know. The fact that the Terminator is on 6 and not 7, or the host cards on 6 and 7, make me go, okay then. Meanwhile, Las Vegas is having a, holy crap, 122 in Death Valley. Like, it's been humid out here. And the Apollo 8 astronaut who took the Earthrise photo has died. I read that one of the Apollo astronauts had died. I didn't realize he was the one who took Earthrise. I really hate how long this takes, but at this point, I'm not sure where to go next. Yeah. So, I'm assuming that this isn't going to work, especially because this has firmware failures, which doesn't exactly make me happy. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the SCSI emulation just isn't up to the job. Alright. What other options do we have? Like, what does a Microvax 2 give me? Uh... So TQ0. Right, that's a tape image. What do I actually want it? RQ0. Okay. RQ0 or TU0? Actually, yeah, it looks like I'm on it on TU0. Nope, that's still a tape image, so I guess it has to be RQ0. Set XQ enable. Nope, that don't work. Try and boot into a minimal Ultrix instance. I can try it. I believe I have a copy of Ultrix somewhere. Let me go find where I put the Ultrix image. It may not be somewhere easy to get to. Do I not have Ultrix somewhere where I can actually, you know, use it? Apparently not. You know, that's fair. That is actually fair. The problem is, how do I get... hold on. I actually have to think about this one to decide if that's actually going to work. I would have to run distcc on Ultrix, which means I would need a Ultrix cross compiler. I'm legitimately debating how I would actually... What was the last version of G... Building an Ultrix cross compiler is a... I'm legitimately thinking if it would help, though. The problem doesn't show up on... The problem shows up under load. I'd have to put the Ultrix instance under load. I'd have to figure out the best way to do that. I think I'm going to... The problem is that if to make Ultrix talk to Ultrix, I have to have a full Ethernet backbone. I basically have to go back into... See, at this point, I'm more convinced that this is actually a SIMH problem. It doesn't... The problem is that that won't cause the issue. It needs to be rapidly connecting and disconnecting packets for it to make the network card unhappy. Yeah, Ultrix is 1995. I'm not worried about installing Ultrix because I've already done that in SIMH. The problem is that my current test case is to run distcc and watch it go kaboom. But I've also been told by others that distcc doesn't have a problem. So you know what? Let's go back to running under Linux, and let's go back with my original test case, because at this point, I don't think we're going to be able to get OpenBSD running on any of the other SIMH configurations. We already know that that's not going to work. So why don't we start with what we do know that does work, and then eliminate more factors. So if I want to... I need to bring UTM back up. Can I please have a UTM back? Okay. Okay, there we go. Alright. So, if that's in fact the case... if I should... Let me see if I can cause this to happen on Linux with NetBSD, because that is actually not all that hard to test that case. Because this is what we were doing beforehand. I don't think we successfully installed. Like, did we? Oh, I guess we did successfully install. Cool. I mean, I could try copying a big file over NFS, but like I said, this is what I know makes it go boom, and other things I've tried have not made it go boom. Because I suspect it's a problem when doing multi-concurrent actions. And this could also be related to why NetBSD has been having so much problems on VAX. So testing the exact same failure mode is probably a good idea. Hey, look, that actually booted. Like, cool, that did a thing and it worked. Alright. Wait, did my VM just lock up? You're joking. That did not just lock up on me. Wait a minute, I just had a brainwave. I am physically talking over the internet between two hosts. That is Gig E level stuff. That's going to run a lot faster than Vax ever did. I wonder if it just cannot keep up and the whole thing falls over. Like, I could entirely see SIMH falling apart in that scenario. Because I'm not convinced its network code is particularly robust. Yeah, anyway, this VM appears to have actually locked up on me. Yeah, I'm going to take a 5-minute break because I need to go to the Angry Dome. I am sitting here and thinking about it because... Alright, let's... Alright, let me see if I can give this thing a real IP address. Let's start removing factors. SIMH tap networking. So I want to do ton control T tap 0. I know there's a better way to do this, but you know what, this is the first guide I found to doing this, and it's like, okay. Alright, so now... So that gives me SIMH. It's... Oh, that's right. I have to make a flipping bridge. Oh, that's right. I forgot. This actually kind of sucks to do. Alright, so this is from 2020. Which I think current Ubuntu uses NetPlan, doesn't it? I don't think it looks at network interfaces anymore. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, like, I'm pretty sure if I do IF up... Yeah, it's gone. God damn it. Because, yeah, we need yet a fucking another plumbing... Set up bridge control, so bridge control... Like, I do not understand why this fucking must change every fucking 5 years. Like goddamn clockwork. We had Debian interfaces, which was replaced by Network Manager, but interfaces still worked. This was one of the main reasons why I stopped using Linux as my day-to-day driver. Like, I am so sick of this. IP link, set tap 0 up. I will do this more properly later, but I don't care. I'm actually kind of pissed at this point. And now I just got a weird and mysterious warning that my music library could not be saved. I really hope there's not something going seriously wrong with my MacBook Pro right now. I have hugged my Time Machine backups recently. So, in theory, that should work. In practice, who the fuck knows? Let me tell it to SIMH. Like, this was one of the main reasons why I stopped using Ubuntu. That was a particular bit of brain damage from 2204, which, when combined with everything else, I said, to fuck with this operating system and to hell with Linux. I'm still using it here because I still know it better than anything else. But as far as things that I feel like of the biggest waste of time was my years at Canonical. Because they're not concerned with shipping a usable product. It's just, it's like watching Elon Musk, what he's doing to fucking Twitter. It's like, you wave something shiny, the company changes priorities and has absolutely no idea what it's doing. Sorry, this actually upsets me, and not due to reasons related to SIMH. I might just start install. I think Fedora has an ARM64 port. Like, in a VM, most of my criticisms of Fedora no longer apply, because if it breaks, I just install a new one. Like, maybe modern RHEL, actually. But the thing is that RHEL, it's like, you're kind of sunk no matter what you did. I didn't update the config, did I? I completely... Yeah, that was not what I meant to do there. Oh, no. If I want to attach to tap, what do I need to put there? You know, they have commands here for doing this on NetBSD. I should not be doing this on Linux. I think going forward, I will only do this on Linux. Like, you know what? I actually should... I'm actually thinking about this one, chat. I think I might actually, I might just install X. Oh, no, I couldn't get X to work last time. Well, it did open tab 0, so at least that worked. Yeah, you know what? From now on, I am going to make a... I'm just going to do this on NetBSD going forward, or OpenBSD, because I am so sick of this brain damage. I think I just broadcasted me blowing my nose across the world. Oh, well. Now, hopefully this works. Well, it got an IP address. I just realized that this may not work the way I'm intending it to work. Shit. It might grab something on the max internal virtualization frame buffer, because the top-level VM is not actually bridged the way it's supposed to be. All right, let's see here. What did it actually get as an IP? It got Jack and shit is what it got. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to do this on... I'm not even going to do this on Linux. I've had so many fucking problems with doing this on Linux. Let's see... Let's... The last time I tried X on NetBSD, it crashed and burned. I don't know if that's still the case, but... Because, you know what? This actually solves a completely different problem to me, though. James Shield, the problem is that the issues are... the users are systemic. I mean, I hate to put it that way, but... Let's see, I'm just looking at... The problem is that my Raspberry Pi is actually being used for something right now. I just realized, is that... Please tell me I've been streaming the right interface. Because I just realized my view is not updating on YouTube. Please tell me I haven't fucked this up. No, I have not fucked this up. So the... Yeah, you know, I'm just going to do this on fucking NetBSD. I don't even need a fucking UI for this. Like, if X works, that's great, but... Let me put back on Cool Retro Term again, and let me fire up my NetBSD VM, because I am so fucking unamused. Like, I swear a fair bit in real life, but I do normally make an effort not to do so on live stream, and I think I'm dropping an F-bomb every other sentence for things completely unrelated to my project. This is just why I fucking don't enjoy working in tech anymore. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Old man rants at cloud. Do I not have Cool Retro Term running? I do. Why are you not showing in my applications list? Streamlab has some annoying problems, which I really wish I could... Like, it does quite a few things over OBS that I find much nicer, but there's the occasional thing it does worse that just... Like, sometimes it loses a window. Alright, let me see if that can bring it back. Show windows with empty names. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so my NetBSD VM is booting up. I bet this works in like 3 seconds on NetBSD. Like, watch. Oh, great. Its networking is now broken. Why is your networking broken? Oh, that was weird. All right, so Alright, so do I have SIMH on here? I do not. Can I just... No, I will actually pull it from Git and compile it. You know what? I have Ian very little today. I just, there are two SIMHs. There's SIMH3 and there's SIMH4. And the fork started because bad things happened to the hard drive image. I also need to check SIMH3. But at this point, I'm having so many problems that I need to find... Like, if running this on NetBSD works... You know, let's set up the tap bridge right now. Because SIMH actually has very clear instructions on how to do this. And so... Like, I am really getting to the point that, while I still need macOS to do video editing, because I don't think, there's no way I could run Resolve on FreeBSD. You wouldn't even be able to try it on NetBSD. But if I can use this as a much better backplane, I would definitely do so. Because OpenBSD ARM64 has issues, but NetBSD has actually been pretty nice for what I've been using it for. Alright, so if we're going to do that, let me open up their networking document. Actually, I might have to, hold on, I might need to reconfigure this VM. Yeah, actually, I think I do, because I need it to be, I need to actually need it on my network. I don't want it on the internal LAN bridge. So let me halt that. Okay, yeah, so that's come to a stop. So let me move where that cable is. Like, let's just remove as many factors as we can. So I want to bridge this. EN8 is my Ethernet interface on this network. Waiting for it to boot up on the other screen. Actually, let me... actually, while I'm on the console, let me create the tap network. Alright, so... root... Okay, so this did get an IP address on my actual network. So if I now do ifconfig tap0 create, ifconfig tap0 up, bridge control, bridge 0 create. so bridge config br0 up. So does that work the way I think? Like, this looks like it actually makes fucking sense on, like, the goddamn fucking Linux networking stack. Because, once I SSH into it, I'll show you exactly what I mean. So if I type ifconfig now, it's showing that it's got the IP address here, but this interface is bridged. Which never fucking works correctly on Linux. It always requires the IP address to be assigned to the bridge itself. And it's like, you know what? I really feel like the amount of years I spent on Linux was just completely fucking wasted. I don't actually need those packages. Oh, I don't have X installed. Really? I don't have X installed? Okay, I guess I just don't have X installed. Like I said, I was running macOS at the time. No, I was running Debian and Windows XP at the time I was hired by Canonical, and I've largely stayed on Linux out of inertia. Let me run this make J4. I'm just going to step away from keyboard right now because I am actually getting... Alright. Someone do something. I just heard like a ding ding. Like, was that a... Okay, I guess that was my imagination. I'll be back in a few minutes, chat. we lose the music? Oh no, it's still there. I'm here. I'm just waiting. Part of it, you know what? I'm probably hungry, and part of it isn't the Linux kernel itself. I'm actually okay with the kernel for the most part. The biggest issue I have is that Linux distributions keep fucking changing. On the plus side, I have a whole thing of yogurt and I have honey, so that is going to be my healthy snack for the day. I am just trying to find a spoon. Alright. That is compiling, and I have food. Food. I feel much better right now. It's like one of those Snicker commercials. So apparently it doesn't build, is that really the case that it's not going to build, because SDL was missing? Because I saw it failed due to vid. They probably, yeah, I bet this is where it fails. Yeah, there are people who have wanted me to talk about the subject that Chad is talking about, and there's a reason why I'm not bringing this up. Like, it's been asked, but there's a very weird cult around that OS, and frankly, I don't need that in my life. Vid render, set logical size. Yeah, you know what? Can I just disable this? Like, I'm assuming there's, make file, yeah. Like, can I just do make vax? Or gmake vax? Alright. Like, how far did this actually go? Oh, yeah, we can work with that. Alright, so if we've got the so let me copy the files in from the other VM. What is this? This is 3 on my network. So SCP VAX. Okay, so now that's copying over. Alright, so here we go. VAX status. So now if we go source SIMH bin VAX netbsd boot VAX, is it done copying? Nope. It's got about 20 seconds left. Copying at 50 megabytes per second. It keeps changing architectures, but macOS is very appliance-like. Like, you're not going to try and use it as a router. Let's be honest. Why did NetPlan replaced... NetPlan was largely put in place so cloud creators can make easier network stuff. But I have not actually seen how it accomplishes it. It literally looks different for the sake of being different. Maybe there's a... the biggest thing that seems to fix is EPNO 0... Like, half of this is because they basically abandoned Eve 0 as a name, and now they try unique persistent ones, and then it just... this rabbit hole of insanity that they can't seem to get themselves out, while all the BSDs just, I don't know, do the absolute fucking sane thing and give each driver a different name. So it's consistent. Alright, so that's done copying. Can we actually, fucking boot the damn thing? I just realized I probably want a screen for this. Because I'm going to have to... Yeah, hold on. I can do screen here. Yeah, that's work. Fine. Okay, so that died with permission denied, so I guess I have to run it as root, which I don't really like doing, but fuck it. I just realized because I lost Control A, I can't jump to the beginning of it anymore. Okay, so that's going to go... Look, chat, it just fucking worked. No weird Linux shenanigans required. Let's see if it actually can talk to something after it boots up. Chat, that is taking its sweet fucking time. That is slow. Whether it's supposed to be that slow, like, that might be the difference between GCC and Clang right there. Apple has thrown a lot of money at Clang to make it fast on ARM64. But that looks like a hang, actually, so let me just, do the thing. But that's not GNU stuff. That is literally Ubuntu brain damage because every distribution has their own flipping way of dealing with the network. Of all the distributions I've used, I probably found Gentoo to be one of the more consistent. Are you kidding me? Is it... Oh, no. Maybe? Hey. Why is it breaking like this? Like... Chat, we literally saw this running on other platforms and it wasn't having issues. I'm assuming this is an Ethernet test that's having problems. You're kidding, I don't have arrows? Is it because I am... No, it's because my console is actually fucked up. I'm just kind of... Like, is it really actually fucking broken? You know what? Let's grab... You know what? Fuck it. If we're actually at this point, let's try the version in, the version in ports. Well, that ain't confusing naming at all, chat. Alright, let's grab that. No, it can't resolve that because I don't have X installed. I think I do actually have to install X. Ah, for the love of God, I actually have to install X. How do I do that after install? NetBSD install set after install. There's gotta be a config for this. Oh, okay, so you just need to... So it's not like OpenBSD where I actually have to, like, do additional steps. I can just untar it. Okay. Let me grab the... yeah, so I guess I'm going to need the everything. Also, apparently IPv6 is broken on my home network. Great. Not... Okay, so apparently I can't scroll up. This is going well. Let me save that command line. Alright, why is this as broken as it is? So I can do it here. Alright, so let me do... No, that's how, /64s is how it's supposed to work. Well, yes, no, sort of. They should be assigning /48s, but /64s are also valid. Because then they make the next level up be a 48. Like, there are valid technical reasons to do that. Alright, so where did that get installed to? I think that would end up in package. Oh yeah, so that's where. So it'd be SIMH vax netbsd bootvax. Please tell me this works. Like, that would be really amazing. Chat, it's not even... I'm just going to sit here and let it wait. I mean, what am I supposed to do with this, chat? It's just fucking... Alright, let me try the other SIMH. Apparently, I praised NetBSD a little bit too early. Let's just see what SIMH actually does. Like, is this more or less broken? You know, I just had a thought. I actually just had a thought here. Let's nuke the NVRAM. That might actually be what's breaking it. So it doesn't work under NetBSD. That is fucking... Alright, you know what? I'm going to try the older SIMH 3 because at this point I am fucking... I was going to try this anyway, so this is from a fork. Oh, I shouldn't say it wasn't a fork. It was the last version. I forgot which developer... The problem with doing this is it's going to corrupt the hard drive image. I already know it's going to do that. So let me rename this one. NetBSD SIMH3. SIMH3 VAX NetBSD boot VAX. Find user package name K655R. Alright, so this has to be added as a load command. Hey, look, it actually fucking does something. We're gonna have to reinstall, unfortunately, but fuck it. We're just gonna roll with this. Oh wow, that is bright. Fuck it. I just do not care. I have run out of dams to give. We're just gonna roll with this. That is really obnoxiously bright to look at. That's worse. You know what? I think that fits the mood, though. That legitimately fits the mood. Let me see if I can find something less horrible. Actually, you know what? I guess that works. Yeah, you know what? That works. I'm sorry, chat. There's color in these hills. I mean, I could set it to monochrome green. You know what? That's okay. That actually looks decent. I turned on the sun. Oh, at least we're not installing it on a sun. No, but this is booted. Well, we're running on NetBSD now because at this point nothing can be taken for granted. This is no place of honor. Um, yeah. Well, and Alex Jones is now liquidating assets for news that probably will make most people in a better mood. NetBSD on N64. Now there is some cursed sorcery. Then again, I've thought about OpenBSD on Dreamcast. Alright, well, it is going. Well, I kind of like the idea of having OpenBSD on a Dreamcast. And then, I wouldn't have to build packages, but I've never thought of a use for NetBSD on a Dreamcast, and I feel like OpenBSD on a Dreamcast would be even stupider. Well, it's still going. I have a microwave, but then I tripped my apartment breaker because this place has the wiring of the devil. And where'd my spoon go? Seriously, how do I lose so many spoons in this apartment? Here it is. Now, what did I do with the lid? Ah, there it is. So far, so good. I still can't believe that people have tipped $120 today. Like, granted, if I was working, I have now seen where other people are contributing. I don't. I'm assuming that if they wanted to be known, they would have said something in chat. So I'm not going to say it, but I'm suddenly feeling a lot more comfortable about the state of my YouTube channel after. Yes. All things considered, it's like I said, this isn't reached banner like this is definitely helping. Like, I'm hoping at this point I might actually I'm not sure. Okay, so the email I got and what actually happened appears to be two different things, but hold on, view on. No, they did actually do that. Wow, that is incredible. Okay. It really helps when the lowest tier perk on Patreon is The one I have on display is $4, but you can go lower than that. I set everything else to $5 because YouTube takes a very large cut from memberships. I really should have it $6, but I wanted it up on parity with Discord. Patreon takes a somewhat... They take a smaller cut, but I also get a lot more platform for that cut. Like, realistically speaking, if my YouTube channel was to go kaboom tomorrow, I could probably continue on Patreon and Twitch as is, and that's a very happy joy thought. Not that I expect my YouTube channel to ever go boom. I mean, I talk politics on occasion, but let's be honest. There's people that basically iterate hate speech on YouTube, and I'm more likely to get a DMCA request from an old company than I am to run into YouTube shit. And DMCA would be, I can fight that. That can actually, I could send a counterclaim, and then realistically, we go from there. It's quite possible my internet farted. I've got wet string internet, even though I live in a fucking major urban metro area, because my super is the most cheapest fucking... They have actually been sued by other tenants in the building. If it wasn't for the fact that I feared retaliation, I actually considered taking them to court myself. But if the building decided to retaliate against me, I could be in a very difficult living situation. Fortunately, I am not here. I will not be here when my lease ends, and I hopefully will be gone before that. So, Banner Moms, it just means my channel is doing well. Like, this is probably the best year I've had. This has been probably one of the best months I've had on the channel in a while. The problem is that my channel has large periods of inactivity, which kind of suck. Because, you know, also my channel goes to, my channel was created on October 25th, 2006. The most I've ever brought in a month on YouTube. Actually, let me see here. Yeah, like the last 2 months are probably some of the best, you know. I've already, actually looking at the channel revenue, what I've brought in for 24 already matches what I've brought in for 23. I've only been active. I haven't been as active this year. Or actually, I've been more active this year than I was last year. Because last year, at about this time, everything slammed into a brick wall. I was faced with an impossible situation, and I had to take a bad option. But that bad option led to some very good options coming out of it. It's how it really came down to being. If I had not made the option I made, and I really did not want to do it, I would have been in a much worse situation now than I would have been a year ago. But I'm also dealing with a lot of uncertainty in my life due to that. But I also look at how I was a year ago on stream, and that basically sums it all up. At this point, the limit to me streaming is physical health, not mental will, which is what historically the problem is, and my health is improving. I do think I can probably maintain 3 streams a week indefinitely. With some luck, maybe 4. If I can get to 5, I wouldn't even need to make videos to make this channel profitable. Sorry, I shouldn't say profitable, because the channel has always been profitable. To make the channel sustainable for my livelihood. Which is what it's really going to come down to. If everything goes to shit, this is going to be my absolute... the channel revenue is my main lifeline. But it's consistent, and it can follow me. And as long as I have the MacBook Pro, I can work. I also have savings. So my hope is that I can get this channel large enough that I can actually live off it full time. I have historically not streamed this stuff, mostly because I still find it taxing. Like, streaming is not a free mental activity for me. But I've also stopped caring as much about the quality of the individual streams. I hate to say I'm using quantity, but as far as YouTube is concerned, quantity actually counts a lot more than quality. So if I just stream the parts where we are literally watching progress bars for hours and people are willing to watch that, and more importantly, sit through the ads or pay for premium, I get paid. And that means it kind of compounds on itself. On top of that, my Patreon is, it hasn't gone back to its all-time high since I've had to put the channel, the all-time high was where it was just after the Sun PCI video. I have pretty steadily lost Patreons just doing weekly live streams, because the weekly live streams were intended as a placeholder that I was going to come back to this YouTube channel. And then it really went to shit for me. And now I'm back at a point where I think I can focus on that, but I really gotta hope that I am, that this lifeline actually exists. DCMA, well, the other, James Shield, it's actually DCM Title 1, not Title 3. If I talk about circumvention of a copyright device, I am technically in violation of the DCMA, even if I do not distribute copyright code. I don't think there's ever actually been a case on YouTube of a Title 1 enforcement. It has happened in real life. 2600 Enterprises was sued by the DVD forum over DCSS in the early 2000s. And they lost that lawsuit. That being said, there were large differences between what I do and what 2600 does. They could arguably use that to... It ultimately would come down to if freedom of the press would apply in this specific case. And this is unfortunately one of those places where civil rights have been eroded in the United States. It's one of the things that got me involved in being aware and following politics, was learning of this happening. Yeah, that's the problem. So this is actually relevant for VMS. And the reason for that is that if I want to get that VAX system running VMS, it has to be mop booted. The problem is that there's a license check that has to be circumvented, and it's not a trivial one either. So this puts me in a very ugly situation that, while I don't think anyone at VSI cares, they also have the hobbyist program, and I can't claim use to a hobbyist pack. It's a very ugly situation for someone like me. Like, that would be a takedown I could not fight. At least on copyright, I would have a chance, assuming it was either actual fair use or whatnot. It's like, about the only content I really don't have to worry about is the stuff I do on free and open source. Realistically, Microsoft is not going to care that you're filming your desktop. Okay, finish configuring. Reboot computer. You know what? We can stay on, you know, do we want to go Amber or do we want to go... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. The hobbyist program is basically dead. To even install it on real hardware, I have to circumvent a license check. If I do a video, because I need networking to come up, if I just want to install VMS in SIMH, it's not a problem. Because I don't have to circumvent a check. But I actually do have to do it on real hardware. And it's why I'm not actually saying what that check is. I'm being very mindful of that while I'm doing this. Yeah. No, VMS started life on VAX. It was DEC's operating system. DEC tested, DEC approve. Okay, well, that's booting up. That's nice. I have heard that VSI actually does have the right to the VAX version. The problem is they cannot have any copyright reference. They can have no references to either HP Compact or DEC. That means that they would actually have to, and the VMS port has not been maintained in years. They would literally have to build the old version, the last release, removing all those references. That's a massive undertaking. Like, I know what I'm going through for a non-proprietary operating system that I know I have all the source code for. And, like, I assume people who use VMS, develop VMS, know how to use VMS. But I can completely understand why they don't want to do it even as a one-off. Most companies don't like doing stuff like that. This is what I've heard secondhand. I've not been able to verify it myself. But I've largely heard that HP... Basically, Compact got VMS when DEC bought it, and then HP bought Compact, not really wanting VMS but being stuck with it. They don't want to have the implication that they support it in any way. And yeah, there's also a trademarks problem. Yeah, oh right, I can Control-C this. Like, if VSI Software were to contact me and say, hey, would you do a video on VMS for you? I would so jump on that, it's not even funny. I have sent... I think I tried reaching them on Twitter at one point. I don't remember if I actually sent something to their sales email. I may have done their contact form, but if they did, I never got an email confirmation or a reply. If anyone... As I'm assuming this is unlikely, but if anyone at VSI ever sees this, please get in touch. Alright, well, that booted up. So do I have working networking? Like, first question. DHC PCD QE0. Why did it not get an IP address? Alright, hold on. Let me halt it. Let me check the actual configuration on the thingamajig. Well, the thing is, I'd be happy to do something with the Alpha, Itanium, or x86 stuff. Like, if they basically want a 20 to 30 minute commercial, as long as they don't mind me going into the history of it, I would be completely game for that. Because I really, you know... Oh, why the hell is space... I don't know why I don't have arrow keys there. And I do have arrow keys here. It's a mystery. Let me just plug it straight into tap, because maybe that will, like, I don't know, unlock the magic fairy sauce to make this all go. No, we have to be running as root. Okay, so that time it looks like it attached to the network. Let's see if this all was fucking worth it. Question is, did it get an IP address that time? Hey, that time it actually got an IP address. Can you actually talk to the internet now? Oh, chat, that's actually working the way it's supposed to. When I was running this earlier, I was getting nonsensical messages. That is a rather serious upgrade from where I was before. Alright, so... I don't want to say the word easy, but probably the less bad option. Oh, I'm not on screen, damn it. Alright, let me halt that. Okay, so we have network up there. That is actually a fucking win. That is a fucking win on this project, because so much is just not going right. So let me get screen up. Let me fire that back up. So SIMH 3 VAX. And now let's open a new screen. Let's grab distcc. Alright, so there's something, we can do something a little bit twisted. So I actually already have built the net. We need to do a few things actually. So first I need to set up exports. Oh, you know, I just realized that might not work the way I expect it to work on NetBSD. I assume exports do, but I would have to probably turn something else on to make it go. Oh, that's a limitation. Only entire file systems can be exported, not subtrees of file systems. That is oh god, I forgot that limitation used to exist. Solaris hasn't had that one in a long time. No, Solaris might have had that one. I'm surprised that NetBSD has that. Yeah, I think I do actually want to enable that. I'm assuming I have exactly... Yeah, I have exactly one mount. That's less than ideal. Flip. Give me a moment, chat. I gotta think about that one. I'm back. Yeah, so now that was not something I was expecting. I could copy the source code. I'm trying to think where I actually could use as an NFS server right now. That is actually surprisingly annoying because I was expecting to do NFS mounting. I guess realistically I can just export the whole file system. There's nothing actually preventing me from doing that. Okay, so we need to go into ect rc config. That is an important thing to know if I ever use this in production. I'm just... RCP bind, mount D, yes. NFS server, yes. Lock D, yes. Stat D, yes. Because I actually am going to need this, and it's going to suck. Alright, so... Let me log out. Yes, let me break out here. Hold on. Let me add the commands to bring up the tap tunnel to the boot file, so it'll just do that automatically, because that actually worked nicely. I don't know why that is. Do I have Vim installed? Please tell me I have Vim installed. Okay, good. I do have Vim installed. Yeah, so I just want to stick in here all the commands for bridge control. Because that actually worked, and that was really nice. Nope. Okay, hold on. Be in insert mode, then do that. Alright, now we gotta wait for that to reboot. I'm really curious if OpenBSD has the same restriction. Let me actually look. Yes, it actually does appear to... Well, no, it actually says... List of file systems that will be made available. Okay, alright. I'm just going to assume that I know what I'm doing. Alright, so... Are we back yet? We are back. Alright. So... We need to put... exports. We want to do... read-write. I actually have to remember what the syntax of this is right now. Because it has changed over the years. So network 192.160.24. I'm not super happy about doing this. Oh. So read write. Actually, no. This looks. I don't recognize this syntax. It's similar to what SunOS used, but not quite. All right. So there's that in the exports. Service mount D reload. Service mount D start. Show mount. Alright, so that's... You know what, let's just see if that's a manual mistake. Like, can I add a mount point that isn't that? Like, I'm actually curious. Like, if I do that, what happens? It did export it. Alright, I'm just going to assume that's going to work. I'm going to be optimistic. Alright, so we need to now enable it. Wow, you actually caught that. Alright, that... Alright, hold on. Let's fix that. Oh yeah, you're right. That is a good catch, chat. See, I see no actual lock D here, though. Oh, NFS locking. Okay, cool. Now it's locked. All right, let's hop into the client. And we get to do the other half of this. You can export subdirectories of a file system as possible mount points to the client, but that exposes the entire contents of the file system they live on to clients. I don't know. I have the feeling that there's definitely some limitations with NetBSD's NFS implementation. That's a very old school limitation, though. Tap device should be up. I added it to the script. We'll see. Well, we'll be able to check once this is booted up. Alright, well, that's working. So now let's set up the client part of this. Export term. did I put that in RC local? I did. I did put it in RC local. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Export term screen. Grep. So RBC bind start. Service. NFS. Locking start. Alright, so if we are actually... So we should be able to do... Alright, did that actually work? That did actually work. Ah, rock on. Okay, so now that is talking to that over NFS. Right. So the part that I need to do now is... I need to make a copy of the, I did the thing and I didn't run this in screen again. Do I actually care? Yeah, I actually do care, so we're going to just pop out. Yeah, I'm not running in screen. Whoops. So now we're back on the host VM. Screen, please. Okay, cool. So now that I have an extra terminal, what do I do with this newfound power? Man was not meant to have more than one terminal at once. So, on SoapMaker, we had, on SoapMaker, let's see here. If I go into, I think I need to want to make a copy of this, or object. I assume this is a Git directory. That sounds like how I would do this, right? Yeah, it is actually a Git directory. Let me make a copy of that. Let's see here. Well, I'm not convinced those problems in PMAP are not due to OpenBS, not due to SIMH. Good enough. Okay, so the current plan right now is if I go to compile Vax compiler. So when we cross-built OpenBSD in the past, tools dir, we built a cross compiler. Yeah, so we have Vax NetBSD GCC, so we can link that here, G++. And now we copy that as GCC, CC, C++, C++. Now we export path and we add this directory to it. Distcc allow, let me remember the exact messages I need to do here. We want to no detach, stats, verbose, and log stdr. Enable TCP insecure. Cool. Okay, that is completely ready to go now. So now we just need to compile distcc for the VAX, and then we can actually try this. Which page is that? Actually, you know what I should do? I should probably something package source. Actually, no, that makes a lot more sense because package source is going to pretty heavily stress test the everything. I don't think build sh was going to let me change the compiler. It historically does not let you do that. Although we can try. Oh, right, I can control C this. Alright, let me go grab the source code for distcc. What's funny is the current release of distcc is called Lax Lexer. And I feel like that feels fitting. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because of the similarities in name. Oh, you're kidding me. Right, I didn't run it as root. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Yeah, I hit Control A. Oh no, it does work. Okay, I think I have to put a pause between those two, or maybe I'm not lifting Control up all the way. Addressing limits in the PMAP module. Well, we'd have to understand why it's breaking, and I don't know. This is fine. If NetInfo support is built, that's a sentence. That's an old sentence. Am I doing something wrong with NTP date? I like to actually... Oh, is it trying to do encryption? It's trying to do encryption. Because of course it is. Alright, you know what? I'm just going to let it sit and just see if it can actually set its time from it. Because I'm actually curious if it can. So poolntp.org. Oh, it did actually successfully set it. Cool. Chat's been quiet. Alright, so we now have the all that. Let me get distcc set up. You have to appreciate a Vax talking to GitHub directly. Like, there is something beautiful about that. And then I think it hung. Oh, there it is. Wow, that took its sweet time. I've heard that this has some networking. That this version of SIMH is quite a bit slower. So maybe with everything being on NFS, it will actually be faster. Assuming... Making the assumption here that the network support will be stable. Alright, there we go. This is notably slower than SIMH4, though. God, are people going to start writing new backstories for VMS Tan or Vax Tan because of all the fucking work I'm doing here? Like, is that actually going to become a thing? God, if I had a... I just had an incredibly cursed thought. I've used VTubing software before. If I had a puppet of VMS Tan, maybe I would use that on if and when I play with VMS. Great, I'm writing OS Tan lore. Now I have to wonder, is there an OpenBSD Tan? And yeah, no, that is a thing that exists. That is completely a thing that exists. I don't think I'm better off for having Googled that. I am just... I have stared into the internet, and the internet has stared back. Why did I do that to myself? Like, no, the problem is that my brain is still thinking about it, even though I don't want to think about it. You have to appreciate how slow this is. Like, this is about the speed of the real flipping hardware. But there's a decent chance that it will be faster on network, and that is the hope and dream I'm telling myself. God, I actually... I'm the sick fuck who might actually end up benchmarking a Vax. Because this is slow. Like, you know what? I actually want to see how slow... I actually... No, let me let it finish this, but I think I want to benchmark this Vax. Because I actually think the real thing might be faster. The odds are what's actually happening is it's IO tripping over itself because the emulator is single-threaded. Realistically, that might mean that I get better performance by just using the network and not the hard drive, but we'll see. Like, if this is actually stable enough, then I guess I can install OpenVM. I would have to, you know, no, I have RWrapD on NetBSD. I could use that to start, I could use that to net boot and mop boot the whole thing. Mm-hmm. Europa, let me guess. Did they actually add sound effects to every Windows action, like opening and closing windows? Because that sounds like the most obnoxious thing. Like, I am just imagining how annoying that might actually be. So apparently, when apparently the host operating system does actually make a difference for the stability of SIMH, because apparently running SIMH on top of SIMH on top of OpenBSD, running OpenBSD generates a working result. Okay, I almost want to. I am afraid. I am legitimately afraid of what this is. I would have to change the. I have to change the speakers. Let me pause the music. Is this what we've been listening to, chat? Because I haven't actually been hearing it as of late. It sounds interesting. Like, let's pull something 8-bit up. There we go. Yeah, so the main reason I don't actually listen to music while the stream is up is because it will feedback on the mic. So I don't actually hear it. I can turn it on if I want to, but unless I have headphones. So... Okay, Oh, huh, there's now a free Pride Alert, alert box for Prime... for Pride in Streamlabs. I should actually enable that. Oh wow, there's a whole bunch of them. Alright, I'll look at... I don't know if I actually want to install it on the channel, because that'll make every single name show up with the Pride flag. Which, honestly, I don't have a problem with. I just need to decide if I actually want to do that. Then again, celebrating Pride is a big deal. You know, it is a big deal. And meanwhile, we're still waiting for this to go. Well, I mean, I completely get it when, you know, like, if I wasn't expecting it, I could understand why someone may not want to see that, you know. I had to think about it, is what it really comes down to, because I could see reasons why I wouldn't want it or it would alienate people, although realistically the people it would alienate are not the people I would want as fans of the channel. So, I don't know. Let me see, has Europa actually sent this thing? Okay, yeah, no, there is an actual ping here. I am actually afraid, but fine, let's do it. Let me set the audio so I can hear it. I am legitimately scared. Let me make sure you can hear this. Why did I do this to myself? It sounds like a backup alarm. Like, except the pitch is off. I'm sorry, I'm just... I don't know what I just saw. No, I'm just sitting here. But it literally sounds like a backup alarm to me. Or, like, the world's most depressed alarm clock. That's what it sounds like. The people? People? Like, that is like the most depressed alarm clock I have ever heard. Yes, but that was doable in the 1990s. Haven't we evolved as a species? Well, Europa, you were the one who made it speak. This is like buying a Furby and then getting confused when you start hearing voices come from the corner of the room. I suppose that's also true of children. Not that, you know, like, I could entirely see a parent getting surprised by their child, like, when they first become a parent. I could entirely see that. Like, I mean, and the idea of parental support is only a few generations old. Like, imagine having a child in ye olde times without any education on where children come from. It's like, it's making gurgling noises. What does this mean? The guy who... Oh god, taking a Furby into a class of... I can't decide if I love or hate that more than the sheer number of classified secrets that have gone posted to War Thunder forums. Like, it just keeps happening. It's like, no, I know it was an actual thing. It happened. I remember when it happened. And I realized... No, the problem is when there's too many people... Let me put it like this. There's too many people who... I don't know how to describe this, because I don't play the game, but I've heard many stories about the War Thunder community. Look, somewhere, someplace, someone's made a TikTok in a skiff. Let's be honest, this is probably a thing that has happened that no one has noticed as of yet. Furby, my co-pilot. Jeez. Man, I miss when this was fast, but on the plus side, it's working. So if it blows up here, that implies there's a rather serious issue. Like, at this point, we've changed SIMH, we've changed NetBSD, and we've changed the host operating system. If it breaks now, we're definitively dealing with, well, I don't know what we're definitively dealing with, but we're changing variables and seeing what actually does and does not work. Well, I remember once I was in line at CVS, and it was a somewhat new mother who bought their child a Tickle Me Elmo, not having considered the full implications of this. And as I just hear, haha, I'm Elmo. Well, whatever it says. I forgot what it is. Like, it's, I'm Tickle Me Elmo. I literally watched this mother's face kind of, the soul left her body. Like, I was just old enough that most of my toys were not electronic. The ones I remember the most are like the wooden push trains when I was a kid. So apparently, when my cousins were little, they took scissors and cut the phone lines, and it was so damn funny they had trouble punishing them. Um, I don't know what was so funny about it, but my father apparently found this to be very funny. I don't know. I highly suspect I will. It's like, I don't think it's like, more power to those who do have kids, but like, I can't see myself. No, that's not completely true. I can see myself. I don't think it's likely I'll ever have kids. Uh, like, if I really wanted to, I could have, but well, that's a depressing topic. On the flip side, I would need to make sure I can take care of myself before I could even take care of a kid. Something broke. Did it actually compile the part yeah, okay, good. It compiled the part I actually care about, which is distcc itself. Alright, let's see if this works. Okay, non-blocking connection. So why do you have a non-blocking connection? You... Free, 3632. Failed to distribute. Connection refused. Okay, hold on. What is going on here? Zero 03, the bridge is active. Obviously, failed to distribute, running locally instead. Can it not talk to this? I don't think I have SSH running, do I? I do have SSH running. Oh, don't tell me it has this problem. Oh, great. It can't talk to the host. I've had this problem before with SIMH. That is fucking really irritating. It can't talk to the host. Can it talk to the... Can it actually talk to the underlying Mac? I don't even know what my MacBook is. That is a really annoying problem. It's not insolvable, but, the Mac is what... Actually, hold on. Let me see. Can I talk to something else on my network? Like... Okay, so it can talk to that. And it can talk to that. It's so it actually... Okay, so it is actually like a config issue of some sort. Alright, let me see if I can talk to the stat server. So that is 126.0.103 3633. Oh, no, that's... I typed that wrong. So the answer is... No, but hold on. It's listening, I think it's... Oh, wait, it's listening on IPv6. Can I disable that? TCP port, IP address to listen to. Hold on. Alright, listen to... So it's doing connection refuse, so it implies... Oh, that actually managed to talk to it. Hold on. Oh! Compile failed. Okay. Right. So it actually errored out. So what happened? It's quite possible that this compiler will not work. I've had some problems with this in the past, and I haven't actually gotten it working with OpenBSD now that I think about it. Yeah, okay, that was what I was afraid of. So object tool dir bin. I'm assuming I just basically need everything that's here. No, it's yes, no, kinda, sorta. I was really hoping I'd be able to use that as a cross compiler, but apparently not. I have OpenBSD set up to cross compile. Yeah, no, the problem is the actual cross compiler is foobarred. I didn't realize that I wasn't going to be able to use this for distcc. That's what I get for not testing this. I gotta think about that one, because I could just install OpenBSD 5.8, and I could see if it will, if it can actually, if it will run. Or I could try 5.6, because 5.6 seems stable. And 5.6 I already have a cross-compiling setup for. Well, 5.5 is what I have. Well, it doesn't actually matter because it was all the same compiler with minor changes. I'm legitimately thinking about what I want to do right now. I think installing OpenBSD is now sounding like the right option. Because at this point, yeah, at this point, that actually does sound like the right option. We'll keep this around just so I have it. It's not useless. Let me grab the install CD. And let's just kind of go for broke at this point, because I think that is... I don't want to think of how many copies of this install CD I have lying on my hard drive, but... Okay, you know what? I have to have it somewhere local. Like, I have to have it. Yeah, you know what? Let's grab 5.6, and then let's just punt that onto one of 3 backs, OpenBSD. I'm kind of debating doing 5.8 because I want to know if those stability issues still exist there, but I have 5.6 basically good to go. You know, let's try and get a success, because actually getting something to work on this project would be, like, amazing. 5.6 I still had some issues with. 5.5 was the only one that completed all the way without additional hand-holding. Yeah, actually, let me start with 5.5. Yeah, this is cool retro term. I'm having a bit of a thought right now. You know what? I know 5.5 can actually compile, so let's start with 5.5 and then let's work our way up. When we start having problems, we start having problems. Well, that didn't work. What did I do wrong? Sorry for not talking. I'm really kind of in the... I don't want to say I'm in the zone, but... Did I copy the file to the wrong location? I did copy it to the wrong location. Let's see if this actually boots. Well, Yeah, that's an improvement. That actually boots. Okay, so I don't have a working control C. That's a little annoying. I don't know why I don't. Oh, I do have it there, but I don't have it in the install script? Yeah, I don't have it in the install script and hitting control. Okay, well that's just obnoxious. I apparently have inherited some new terminal issues because I'm now using NetBSD. Yeah, so Sim3 OBSD. Actually, I don't like that name. Let's go with a better one. Let's go with SIMH3 OBSD. This is actually really kind of annoying. All right, I gotta type it slowly. Alright, let's let that install. Yeah, that is actually somewhat more fast. Like, the file I.O. is actually faster than SIMH4. It's just the CPU seems slower. Nothing to do but wait. Oh, I just put the yogurt back in the fridge, but I just realized, like, I have eaten almost nothing today. So it's no wonder I'm actually hungry, but I definitely think I'm losing weight, so that's also good. Yeah, I'm actually going to see if I got something I can make easily. Okay, still going. Alright. I decided, you know what, I'm just going to have more yogurt. I left this out, but it wasn't out long enough that it should be, like, concerning. As for me, I am in the United States. I am in the People's Republic of New Jersey. It's probably got a little warmer than it should have, but yeah, it's still fine. Alright, that's good. You know, like, I should probably install a game in chat for us to play during this. Like, the honest truth of the matter is I've been thinking about doing an old school RuneScape stream. I haven't actually decided if I want to subject myself to that, but I have seriously considered it. Like, if that maybe end up what I end up doing is doing 3 streams a week and 1 gaming stream. Because the honest truth is I do like to game. This YouTube channel did start life as a gaming channel. the problem is that I've lived in the 2 states where you could not pump your own gas. A telnet chat? I'm not sure what... I mean, I guess. Okay, and that's done. Ooh. Alright, so we successfully managed to, sorry, I'm a little bit... Alright, we managed to install OpenBSD. Let's now... We now need to compile distcc. Again, I have to connect it to the cross-compiler on the cross-compiler that is on the NAS. And then we'll try and build something. We'll try and build the kernel. And we'll do it over NFS. Like, let's actually set this system up for NFS. Alright, so NFS client. It looks like it just works on OpenBSD. I don't have to do anything. Actually, you know, this actually does feel faster. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, so the first thing we actually do need to do this, you do have to set the date or bad things will happen. 2/24/06/08/08/29. Okay, so that's the clock set. So can we just Alright, so that's that. So that's NFS working. Hey, chat, I can delete my own hard drive from within myself. Oh god, I actually can, and that's fun. Alright, so now we need distcc. And if this works, I will also set up ccache. Let me actually grab it here just to see if it can actually say, like, let's see if the NFS actually works. Nope, and it doesn't. Or let me phrase that. The NFS works fine. I didn't run this in screen, didn't I? Chat. Chat. I'm really... I'm not here right now, chat. Please leave a tone at the end, Commander. End, Commander. Oop. Europa, you create the anime girl. You must destroy thy anime girl. It is the only way you will get silence in your room again. For those who have not been following, Europa, who is one of my Discord and YouTube mods, has installed anime noises to Windows sound effects. There is a clip on my Discord if you want to see what this causes. Look, do I need to get the Vax hard... You know what? Let's get the Vax hard drive noise out. Let's get the Vax hard drive noise out. Proper ambience is what this is. Ambient... Nope, that's not Vax... That is not Vax hard drive noise. Do I not? Where did I put that? It's not there. Yes, I know it's generating SSH keys. I just don't care right now. It is surprisingly not as slow as you'd think with SSH. Is it here in downloads? Here it is. Vax ambience. Let me... No, I had it. It was just in my downloads folder. It's here. Chat, listen to that. Listen to those hard drives whine. This is... I appreciate the fact... Hold on, let me turn the music... Let me turn the background audio up. Oh, actually, the music's been paused for a while. Chat, we now have hard drive noises. With the fake CRT now has... Well, it has an emulation of an MFM hard drive. No, the Europa, the challenge is to install Gentoo and have the resulting audio work on the computer you're trying to run it on. I probably should set a domain. I don't actually care enough right now because this probably won't work. See, I'm being optimistic about my chances of success here, chat. Alright. Well, it's NFSing. Oh, right, and then it's running sync, so the whole thing kind of just gums up. I'm still waiting for sync to finish running. It will get there, chat. We're having opinions on MFM hard drive sounds. Yep, no, it's still going. I don't know. It did this last time when we decompressed distcc. It just kind of stalled. I don't know why. Well, back in those days, I the problem is I'm pretty sure like there's a brief gap. Like I have to open this file in, I have to open this file in something, or, you know what? Maybe I can just add it to the playlist more than once. Like, will it let me do that? Oh, it will. And now, can I copy and paste this a bunch of times? I can. Perfect. Chat, I think it gave up the ghost. Yeah, it's only moved like 2 instructions. I think. Yeah, I think it's Kaputski. This does not fill me with joy, is what I'm saying here. Like, why did it hang? Unless it's OpenBSD that hung, which is entirely possible. But it wasn't doing that on SIMH 4. I am a little concerned that this CC, like, the system, like, kind of deadlocked there. You do, yeah, you are getting an IP address. You know what? Let's try telnetting into it. Maybe it just isn't, or, ooh, I'd have to let it generate a host key if I wanted to SSH into it. Can I enable telnet? Like, is that actually a thing I can do? No, of course not. Of course, VO would remove telnet. Like, do I really want to let it generate an SSH config? Oh, right. It needs to... Right, so I guess that's not what generates the SSH keys. Do I need to... This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I'm having less than happy feelings here, chat. Let's see if we can build a kernel then. I'm not optimistic, given what I just saw. But you know what? This is the type of stupid problem that a stupid solution. You know what? Hold on. Wait. There's an easy way to solve this. I can create a watchdog. I can run a daemon. Look, I have mostly working networking. I could modify the OpenBSD scripts to just start the fucking build process as it comes out of reset. Like, don't even log in, just start building. Then if the emulator hangs, it can throw a digital boot and restart SIMH. That is a stupid solution to this problem, but it might work. I really hate that solution to this problem, but that might actually work. It comes down if I could compile in single user mode. That's what it actually would depend on. Because I could hijack the build process in ectrc. I'm actually thinking about the viability because I could basically run a watchdog daemon. This would be a quick and dirty fucking Python script to make this work. The Python script would start SIMH and wait 3 minutes, let's say once every 5 minutes from a kick from the host system. If it doesn't get that kick, it shoots the SIMH instance in the head and restarts it. Assuming the network stack doesn't actually break, although I guess I could still do that. That is a fascinating... Alright, so let's do some setup work while that's going. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Let me edit that file on a different screen. You know what? That's good enough. I just need sys. I don't need the whole damn thing. That's just the kernel. If we can build the kernel, that's a victory. Chat. Something bad happened. Yeah, it's It's locked up. Oh, it's completely locked up. I can't even control E it. Yeah, hold on. I can kill the noise. I can kill the background noise. Alright, you know what? I'll lower it. Let me lower it a fair bit, and then we'll see how that goes. Or, Oh, Quack83, thank you for the 659 tip. I assume that was something in Australian. Send control Q. Yeah, no, it is gone. Oh, hold on, let me see here. Oh, wow, that entire terminal session is like... Something broke. Yeah, that actual terminal session actually broke. What? So I can detach. It's this one instance is completely dead. You know what? Maybe there's problems with screen. And now I can't even switch off this. It actually took out the terminal. It's completely... I can't even... Yeah, cool retro term is beach balling. What did it do? I have never seen a terminal crash before. Okay then. Let's try something less eye candy, more basic. Let me pop a terminal over to the other window. Wow, today is just a day. Come on. It's not seeing that the Windows... It's... This is a problem I have with... Can I select this now? Yeah, there it is. Alright, so can I now maximize you? I can. Excellent. Yeah, and we'll run screen here just in case it's a problem with the NetBSD screen. Because maybe it is actually a problem with screen, and I don't want to blame something that isn't actually broken. So let's just try it here. I'm not optimistic, I should say. Although, like I said, that is much faster. It's also remembering the time and date, which is nice. So, this died... I am on the Vax, right? Yeah, I am. Maybe Cool Retro Term is having an adverse effect on my life? Yeah, that's running a lot faster. Or at least it feels like it's running faster. I mean, the laptop is not maxed out. Also, I've got Audible credits. I have no idea what I should use them for. I legitimately have no idea what the deal with that is. Sorry, I am just tired. Well, at least okay. So you know what? You know what happened? It probably didn't properly copy over from NFS. Like, I bet when it crashed out the first time, it just didn't f-sync properly. So let's see if that's actually the case. Like, look, oh. Chat, I'm having this horrible feeling that this is not going to work. Oh, hey, great Quux. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I am legitimately starting to wonder if this is possible with SIMH. I might still be able to do it with real hardware, but it's a 25 megahertz VAX, chat. It's not going to be fast. I'm going to try one more thing. I have one final idea to throw at this. You get some rest yourself. We're now no longer a power of 2 on the donation bar. The fact that there are differences in behavior, you know, I'm having a thought here which I really don't want to think about, but maybe this is either a Clang or GCC optimizer. NeoZ specifically told me that in his own personal experience, he had to compile O0 for it to work reliably, and that may be something I should actually try. I'm just going to try building it directly over NFS. Password. Let's see here. Vax. Sorry, I just had a moment of reflection of a sort. Reflection, wrong word for what I just had. It was just like a premonition. Oh, right, I'm root. Can I no root squash? Or can I map root? Okay, well, let's see if it works when running on an NFS. Well, I know make install won't work because it won't finish. The build scripts don't run all the way through, but let's see if that actually works. I want to just see if this works. Chat, it's trying to solve the halting problem, knowing if we're cross compiling. Is it actually? Oh, it's completely gone, chat. Oh no, it did come back. But yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I really don't think that's gonna work. That sucks. Like, that really sucks. Alright, you know what? I'm just going to try compiling it from scratch from Git with O0. And if that... No, that I can't do that because it's... The hard drive formats are incompatible. You know what? Let's just try it on the host system. I have nothing to lose at this point. How do I... Let's see here. Nano... Oh, it's lowercase makefile because of course it is. So... Alright, so I want to do make debug. Okay, yeah, so that's building O0. Alright, like, let's actually do this because, fucking hell, I'm running out of ideas. Yeah, now it's set to O0, and it's also setting underscore debug 1. So, honestly, if it works with a debug build, fine. Right, well, it's just going. Yeah, I got a pretty major, that last short I sent out, it caused a decent bump. I actually got more subscribers. I don't know how many people are watching it, but I'm going to do more shorts because it does actually seem to help. I've got more that are scheduled to go out. No, it would have been O2 before. Yeah, it would have been O2. I'm currently thinking of what comes next. I actually have a decent idea. The question is, can I actually build an Ultrix cross compiler? It would actually boil down if bin utilities works with Ultrix, which I've not had good luck with GCC cross compilers for ancient Unix. Like, I was never get. That being said, Ultrix was used a fair bit more than Amex, which means that someone might have cared enough to make it work. And actually, bin utilities probably works on Ultrix, just given the lineage of GNU shit. So there's actually a decent chance I could build an Ultrix cross compiler, but I'd still have to manage to build distcc for the damn thing. That is a little bit easier said than done, and I still don't know what I would actually do with all that incredible power. Oh yeah, I should bring the background music back. Although it doesn't seem to actually affect anything. Chat just be like... The thing is that, like I said, I probably have a hard stop coming up this week. I thought it was going to be last week, but it's probably going to be this week. So I'm going to have a week to percolate on ideas here. One thing I know is that we can do slip over the serial console, but that tops out at 9,600 baud, which is like... I assume what any performance gains we'd get from distcc would be lost going the other way. Maybe we could do something interesting with a PDP-11. I would assume that GCC 3 would still. Okay, so that's done. Alright, so let's see if that actually makes the difference. If it does, I might actually scream bloody murder. But, alright, so source, SIMH, bin, vax, open, BSD, boot, vax. The beast wakens. It's quite possible that it's I'm assuming you have all the patches. The problem with GCC 2 is the build system is remarkably fragile. GCC 3 fixed a lot of that. But you might want to try building EGCS. A lot of GCC 2 builds are really EGCS in disguise. The problem is that they're hard to find. The best place I found EGCS builds, source binaries, the source code is in OpenBSD, but probably the best place to get the source code is old Red Hat. Oh, now we're waiting. I wonder how hard it would be to hack in the Lance into and just attach it somewhere on the bus. Probably more effort than it's worth, but man, I could dream. Because if the real hardware crashed, at least I would know that I'm not having imagined issues. It's still probably running the build partition. While that's going, let me get on... actually, the best way to... No, I think I can just do export path, PDE path, and then distcc logs did error. Okay, so... Logs did error. Allow, Huh, okay, apparently I already have it running somewhere. I don't know where I have it running, but I do have it running. As far as I know, they were testing on real hardware. The real hardware VAX is still building 5.8 last I checked it. But I don't expect it to finish for quite a long time. Alright, let's see if that actually works. Hey, look, compile okay. Alright, cool. So that actually worked. So if we go to 5.5 kbuild, I think I already ran this build all the way through. Okay, so is that actually distccing? Yeah, so that is actually distccing. But I don't know how much faster it is. In theory, alright, so let me clean this build out. Let's see if we can actually run at make J2. Okay, that is going. And that is compiling. That is distcc running. I'm not actually sure how much faster it is. There's a lot of disk I/O it's obviously doing, which kind of is rough, but maybe if I put the system headers on a RAM disk, it would be faster. So one thing I've noticed on this one, because I haven't actually watched it, it it looks like it does the entire pre-process. Actually, all right, this is running okay so far. Let's see if it keeps running. Someone, the idea of just plugging a deck into the HECNEC and just getting a random operating system amuses me. I mean, it makes perfect sense. There's probably MOP servers running. VMS might even run a MOP server by default. The VMS's bread and butter was being a plug-and-play cluster. That's... I am going to be kind of annoyed if this actually completes, because if this was really compiler optimization horseshit, oh, I'm going to be salty. Yeah, like, that's definitely way faster. I mean, chat, this looks rock solid to me. We're running at J2. That being said, on my previous test, this has appeared solid, and then suddenly it will conk out. But I think with a watchdog, we could make this work. Yeah, I'm actually at this point thinking a watchdog running as a userland process on OpenBSD that will detect if the network hangs, because I suspect there's some root lurking, and if it kernel panics again, this will be good for long builds. I am going to be really irritated if O0 actually fixed this. You know, I should have run time on this, but assuming it completes, we'll figure out what the best J factor is, because it may be as high as J3. Past a certain point, we'll start seeing diminishing returns. This is emulated. This is not running on an actual VAX. But running distcc is still much faster. The what distcc is doing is the headers are being completely pre-processed to a .i. It then punts it over the network to another machine. I could actually load up distcc mod or on something, and we would literally be able to watch it go. I've done that in the past. It's great fun. I could also make an entire cluster of emulated VAX, but actually cross-compiling is much faster. I am really frustrated. Cesarin, I really hate that this does actually appear to have fixed it. Not because you're right, but this is the most stupidest thing I've ever seen. This is one of the stupidest bugs I've seen in a long time. Except for the fact that I've seen the optimizer do. I didn't even think to suspect it. Although, actually, credit goes to NeoZed. NeoZed was the one who tipped me off that an O0 build might actually fix it. No, I have a 25 mega... Well, it's not mine. It's one of my moderators. Honestly, I just want to do operating OS dev, and I've never been a fan of just building my own. I'd rather make the big boy operating system run on something that is too anemic to appreciate it. There are slower VAX in existence, but this is realistically about as slow as it gets. I mean, the other ones you're talking probably room-sized. Yeah, NeoZed and we collaborated way back on Next Computing, way before my YouTube channel. Yeah. So, I actually think it's near the end of the build. I think we're going to have to do some benchmarks and figure out what J factor is the best. I wish I ran it in time, but I didn't expect it to actually complete. Well, I mean, I don't know if you saw it, Cesarin, but someone actually showed up with a VaxStation 4000 VLC. And it's a staggering looking at it with Make Dev, and there's just absolutely nothing there. It is such an anemic processor. I appreciate it for how cheap it was. Like, Deck had to have had a stupid large margin on those machines. I've done some pretty hardcore compiling. Let's be honest. Most people who are going to check this out are going to do it in an emulator. And my current plan is I will make a SIMH's GPL. So as long as I distribute the source code, there's nothing illegal about me distributing it. OpenBSD is 4-clause BSD. I just have to put the advertising clause in the damn thing and ship it. I could literally make that as a download. I'll make all the source code available. Someone else can compile it if they want to do so. But I can. That is, I think, what my end game of this is going to be. Well, the thing is, it's a VLC of a VLC. It is. It's almost like Deck had a whole bunch of new old stock KA45s or KA48s. So they took the firmware, they changed the 8 to a 5, and then they shipped it in the 90s. The biggest problem with Alpha, the CPU emulation is largely solved in QEMU. The hardware is not really understood enough to make SRM work, which is largely why True64 and Friends are not viable at the moment. And last time I saw with Linux, it wasn't particularly good either. Yeah, I do actually think that might affect. Well, I've never had it last this long. You know what, I'm going to move the donation bar up to the top. It can chill out there with the music. I don't actually know if I need the attribution on YouTube. YouTube is supposedly will add it for me. But, I mean, I would love to have it in a way that it shows up in text, but I just have not been at the point where I can get that to work. Well, Suzanne, I assume you're building on Intel 64, not ARM. "55 still panics and 56 hangs after the date message." This has all the sounds of a race condition to me. Because realistically speaking, we're running the same exact code. The difference is the host operating system and the host architecture. But 64-bit ARM has been around for long enough that this should not be a problem. I have run SIMH quite successfully in a Pi that was 32-bit, like... we're still seeing if it actually works. I've gone this far before. The problem is that at some point the wheels fall off and it just kind of breaks. You know what? I don't even think this is a patch kernel. Hold on. Let me let this run, but I don't think I have any of the QE patches on this kernel. Yeah, I am starting to... This is starting to have the makings of SIMH has a race condition. My guess is it works well enough for VMS, because realistically, most people who are running SIMH are going to be running for VMS. I mean, that's basically... That's the biggest use case. Obviously, the BSDs can be run, but... this is... Developing in an emulator is a double-edged sword. Oh, is that why it broke? We ran into 5.3 did not want to build from what it looked like. No, that just sounds like, it doesn't sound like, well, no, you know what, there's no fast open BSD mirror I've found, like, it's just miserable. Like, it is literally, like, the most miserable experience known to fucking mankind, like, every time I've downloaded it. How's my laptop hanging? Like, this looks like it's compiling very fast. How are we actually holding it in here? Oh wait, it wouldn't even be the laptop though. It would be going to the NAS. You know what? Let's actually pop on the NAS and take a look. My biggest problem is I'm not going to have the NAS online. Like, and it's actually leaving my network. I'm taking it with me. So I'm going to have to find another solution to this problem. Yeah, you can see distcc is going, but my God, it's not exactly taxing it. Unfortunately, I can't log in unless I set up SSH, so I can't. You know what? I actually think I'm going to let it generate the keys, because if I log in with top, I will be able to see how much we are actually benchmarking. I can't log in as a second user right now. I could redirect it to file. So, Suzanne, a very important pro tip. With early versions of GCC, it has to build itself, but you can use -- disable bootstrap to force it not to rebuild itself. That actually will, and then you can just, well, more specifically, GCC recompiles itself with itself to confirm that it is okay, but that sometimes doesn't work as expected. I find with GCC2, you should install it with configure without bootstrap with the system compiler, and then recompile it with the just installed compiler. Don't let it rebootstrap itself with the system compiler. You will get weird and unpredictable results. You also can build bin utilities and gas with GCC in a single pass. There is a configure switch that tells GCC if it should try and use gas or LD, or the system AS and LD. You can use dump spec. So okay, my general experience with ancient GCC: compile it with -- without bootstrap. This will compile it exactly once with the system compiler. Install that into a discardable prefix. Then make a new build directory, and then build it again with that compiler you just installed, so it will rebuild GCC with GCC. I find that this causes less weirdness. It doesn't always work, but if you're getting what I can call weird and inconsistent path results, you may want to try it, because the make install step will do the fix headers include, which usually but does not always work when it tries to do bootstrap within itself. No. Make bootstrap is a different step, because configure will still run GCC. Because if you watch the build steps, it will build xGCC and then use xGCC to build the rest of it. Without bootstrap, let me actually write the actual command line you should use. It's something as the follows. That will get you an absolutely minimum GCC that will build with any C compiler. In theory, I have seen it hiccup, but it's usually, like I said, sometimes that I've gone it to work in other cases where GCC just doesn't want to work. Then once you have the basic C compiler bootstrapped, GCC itself usually is less annoying to build. Because a version that old, well, you might have to worry about GMP and LPFR, although I don't think GCC2 actually had those as separate dependencies. I know GCC3 does. Chat, I'm surprised that this is not died yet. Oh man, that's sorry. I just read a news article that actually scared me. It's talking how Parkinson's disease was discovered as a sleep disorder originally, and that actually freaks me out because I do have a sleep disorder. I have since I've been born. That would be sorry. That was just like an actual primal fear I just had. KARG, it normally does a 3-step. Normally, GCC will build itself with the original compiler. It will then build itself with itself, and then it will build itself a third time and make sure that builds 2 and 3 match each other as an integrated sanity check. Without Bootstrap disables that entire process. It just builds it once straight. This is also why you need to use GCC to build a GCC cross compiler. Now, in practice, you can cheat and it will work, but don't do that unless you're happy to pick up the pieces when GCC breaks into dust. It is documented, although, or well, at least it used to be documented. It's one of those things that is deep arcane knowledge that I don't actually remember where I learned it. Most people who build cross compilers use crossdev to do so. Yeah, C98. That's the entire. That's what a Turing machine actually is. Oh, compile failed. Why did compile fail? Oh, that actually failed here. Oh, no. Okay, that's me playing with kernel patches. Yeah, no, that's actually legit. That's a legit failure. Um, is this my patch kernel? This is my patch kernel. This is the one with all the QE patches I made. Let me fix that. Yeah, so Suzarin, the other thing is that this is running a 887. Shit. Okay, hold on. No previous prototype. Yeah, I know. I remember breaking this the other night. I know exactly where I broke it to. I just have to find the, yeah, there it is. These 2 lines of code. This was me working on a patch off camera that I think... what kernel do I actually have installed? Yeah, I actually do have that kernel installed. Or one very close to it. So the kernel patch I'm running might actually also be helping. Let me run make J2. Like, this is actual progress, chat. Like, This is not how I expected to make progress, but fuck, that is awesome. For those who aren't familiar with NeoZed, and like, if you're not, you should be if you like my content. He runs a very well-known blog at this point, talking about emulation fun. I've read him for a very long time. Him and OS2 Museum. Alright, I mean, right now we just need to let it go. I got nothing else to talk about, chat. Like, literally, we are literally we're waiting for the distributed paint drying. Like, that is actually what we've got. We've elevated from paint drying to distributed paint drying. That is what the stream is going to be called. We need to also get cache. No, I don't want to run cache ccache yet, because I need to know what the best J factor is going to be. I don't know if it's J1, 2, or 3. Maybe 4, but I actually need to figure this out because it's literally been a decade since the last time I've done this. Alright, that is still going nicely. Well, the problem is that while they're... Hey, look, chat, it actually linked. Look. That actually linked. The linker will always be run locally, so that won't get any speed up. And that is actually something I'm a little concerned about, because it may not be that big of a speed up doing system builds. A lot of stuff is one and done and compiled. But as long as it does a separate linking step, it will be fine. Let me see. Let's... We should actually install this kernel and make sure that this works as expected. So it's either make to, or I'm going to let it generate its SSH keys. It's going to take a bit, but I actually do need to be able to log. I want to log into the system and see how it's acting under different J factors. My laptop is I think is finding running UTM a little bit taxing. Or well, SIMH, because it says programs using extreme battery life terminal. Well, hey, look, chat. It actually booted. All right, I do actually. I'm just. Well, hold on. It's not even natted. Oh fuck. Right, because this is running on the host system. Flip. I don't have an easy way of getting a second terminal on here. I could technically hook up the multiplexer, but I'd have to configure that, and I really don't know how to do that. I could probably figure it out, but no please. Alright, so we're going to do this a little bit systematically then. Yeah, look, K-Build. We were on a different version before, so that actually worked. So let's make sure. So you know what? Here's what we're actually going to do. Make J2 build log and put it in the background. The reason we're going to do that is we will be able to see here how busy the system actually is. Oh, hold on. I need to run time with that, didn't I? Yeah, I had to run time with that. Let me run make clean first. Okay, so that's going. So how much of the system's actually going? Actually, we have a fair bit more idle there. Or maybe not. mean, that seems to be cruising quite nicely. It even seems to have some excess, let's see here, excess... This is also a good stress test to see how stable it actually is. So while we're going to compile the same thing several times over, at least I know it's good. Oh, I just realized that, okay, hold on. I just realized that I have a ping telling me how to pronounce, That didn't quite work the way, it literally gave me the English pronunciation for Lily of the Valley. Hold on. Can I have speakers, please? Zuzuan. Zuzuan. Zuzunan. Okay. I hope that's better sounding. Zuzuan. Yeah, well, the fact of the matter is I'm not sure what it's actually spin locking on. Like, J1 may actually be faster. But J2 probably... Because there is definitely... It ultimately boils down to... C is not a very I/O efficient language to compile because the include header system is other jank. That being said, there is something called an include server for distcc. I wonder if I can use that. So there is actually a full include server. Hold on. Let's actually see how this works. Hold on. See, I'm not sure how you set this up. I think this is part of distcc pump. I haven't quite figured out how the pump server works. Alright, so if I want to see how pump mode works... in pump mode, distcc runs the preprocessor remotely too. To do so, the preprocessor must have access to all the files it would have accessed if it was running locally. In pump mode, therefore, distcc gathers all the recursively included headers, except for those that are default system headers, and sends them along with the source file to the distribution server. This sounds like something I want. The incremental analysis relies on the fundamental assumption that the source and headers do not change during the build process. I don't know if that's a safe assumption with OpenBSD. Like, if we could run the preprocessor remotely, we would have full compile speed. It would literally be the same as building on the other machine. I'm not sure I could get that to work. That sounds a little bit jank, and by a little bit, I mean a lot, because that cross-compiler... Actually, in this case, it might actually be safe to do so. How do I run it in pump mode? I still want to see how long this actually takes, because this gives us a benchmark of how long it actually will. Because the reason I think pump might actually work is... hold on. Actually, it might not, now that I think about it. Yeah, no, because I'm running 5.8 there, so pump will not work. I can make pump work. Yeah, I could make pump work by installing 5.5 on the BS... No, okay, no, that's not a safe assumption, because I'm going to have to build multiple releases. I cannot do that. I can't use pump. It would be nice. Not if I really need the performance, I could try it, but I think with ccache as well, we will probably be okay. I just want to figure out what the best J factor is. It's either going to be 1, 2, or 3. I can't imagine it's going to be anything else. It's Ori and Kern VFS. Because I am deeply curious on how fast this will go. Because, like I said, the biggest speed bump is the preprocessor. This is why I'm sitting here thinking, if we could get it to pump... Oh, that could work. Hold on. That could actually work. I could just run multiple SIMH instances as long as they were all running... No, I don't actually want to do that. Because I'm going to still have to compile multiple versions to bisect this. So no, this is actually the best possible solution. Because each SIMH instance, if it can handle J2 or J3, and I'm building multiple releases in parallel, I should be able to bisect this in a matter of weeks, if not days. Like, this suddenly becomes an actual point where we can make progress. That being said, I am tempted to see if 5.8 is stable on 5.8. I guess I'm also going to have to file a bug report on SIMH, because as far as I can tell, this is fixed. Let me see what's going on in Mastodon. Please don't fork bomb your system. I also just realized how I could use distcc on the real VAX, but with the real VAX, it would still be painful. Because mostly what we're seeing is the delay is for the preprocessor to load all the files. I should, I'm just looking at general A on my Discord server, and, I should really look for a bunch of mod trackers, although copyright on them is just as bad as copyright on other stuff. I've been using this library because it's one of the very few that I know will actually work. Like I said, I'm looking at the pump mode stuff just to figure out how much of a difference it could possibly make. All right, I think the next thing I just want to try is I just want to try pump mode for shits and giggles factor. Although I'm looking at this and I just no, I actually think I think it might actually work, because I'm looking at how, like, it probably would work for the kernel. I don't know if it would work for the actual base system. And I'm not sure pump actually works. Pump mode, using pump mode and a setting of J80 may be justified, even on single CPU clients. Yeah, I think I just gotta try that for sheer shits and giggles factor. I think we're near the end of the build. I really do want to just go all the way through first. This is tail, so I can actually take a look. Like, how far in are you? Yeah, okay, so you're basically right at the end. Yeah. Alright, so now I just gotta do the file system, UVM, and then it links. So, for pump mode, if I want to run it as... so randomize... Okay, so comma CPP. Then you run the pump binary, make G20. Alright, that's going to be fascinating to see if that actually works. Because it says the distcc server appears to... You don't run it any different, you just add it to the host. So, that is going to be a fascinating thing to see if that actually works. Apparently you've been watching too much of Soggy Electric, Frame Buffer. I'm building the 5.5 kernel. Just the kernel. We're just seeing if... I just got distcc working. I got a tip from NeoZ to build SIMH as 0, which I was incredibly skeptical about, but now have to admit that NeoZ's knowledge is better than my own. Yeah, so I've already been thinking about doing I'm not sure about classic RuneScape, but old school live stream, because I have a free-to-play account that I've been thinking about buying membership on. I was grinding out a bond, but then they went like to 10 million, and it's like, fuck that shit. I had 5 at the time, or 4 at the time. Oh, I guess it's not quite done yet. It probably has more things it needs to run through. Alright. So we're definitely more getting there. Yeah, I think I've seen that video, because old school RuneScape content is quite popular at the moment. You know, speaking of old school content, what has LGR been up to? I haven't watched an LGR in a long time. Oh, yeah, it was the Mac... Oh, he's missed a video. He hasn't uploaded... Oh, he's cut his schedule down. He's only doing 3 videos, free on, 1 off. I guess he's probably been doing that for a while. Yeah, like the last few LGR videos just have not done it for me. I did actually like the Dell Opiplex one. That one was actually fairly interesting, but I think what it is I've just kind of gotten bored of LGR content. I think this is going to take about 30 minutes flat. I don't know how long it's been since I kicked it off. Actually, no, I can tell you how long it's been. Oh yeah, so it's been going for about 30 minutes. I don't know how long it takes. Okay, so it's on Archvac, so it's all the way at the end. See how much faster that is? Okay, so I see how include path server works. Okay, that's I mean, this might actually be okay, because I don't think it regenerates header files as it builds. It might do it as it starts, but I always can clean out the far side. so dcc pump, all the source files. So, all right. So let me figure out. Let me actually try the pump, because if it does work, it's going to be amazing. If it doesn't work, like, do I have pump? So it looks like I just run pump start. Startup. Eval. Okay, so if I want to set that up, I need hosts. If I want to actually run pump, include server, shutdown server. I guess pump is only run on the client then. Okay. All right. Well, we'll try that. Almost to the end. I'm gonna be really annoyed if like this turns out to be no faster. Yeah, I compiled SIMH with 0, and now strangely the network seems to work. It's a mystery. Like at this point, it's now basically compiled the kernel twice. I just want to know what the fastest J factor is going to be. If it's 0, if it's 1, 2, or 3, but if we can also get pump mode working, it's going to be magical. I didn't disable LTO. I built it with the debug option of SIMH. Gentoo was removed. Well, I don't expect it to fix the kernel panic. This seems to have fixed the network. Yeah, look, we actually are linking. Okay, so that bug about pump, I don't think is relevant. So that built in 32 minutes, pretty much on the dot. So, all right. So if that's the case, so that has built successfully. So did we end up with a pump binary? We did get a pump binary. So let's copy pump to user local bin, user local distcc hosts. So that's 2 builds. Let's see if this makes it faster. So pump make J10 because it does actually see here. Pump mode requested. Hold on. Let me look at the actual pump mode. So distcc pump. I'm a little worried that the include server will not work. Oh, I see. There's no space. It has to be like that. Okay, that explains it. All right. This may not be possible to get this working. Find C extension, user local bin. Right, I don't have Python, do I? And I actually know that Python is broken on Vax. So, we're not going to be able to use the pump server. Damn. Alright, fuck it. I'm going to take the victory for what it is, though. I am going to leave compression on. Although I can't imagine wire transit speed, like... I'll leave. You know, I'm going to leave LZO on. I don't think it's actually going to make a difference. Actually, no. I probably no. That should go away. All right. All right. Let's see what we get with make J3. So is this faster? Maybe? I mean, each individual process is running slower, but... I can't decide if that's faster or not. Well, we'll see. I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on in Discord. The question is if the RM page issues go away. The problem is that the reproduction case is absolutely fucking miserable. When Great Cox, what package are you building in ports? Are you using the 5.8 ports tree or are you using /current port tree? You know, chat, I actually think -3 is faster. I mean, I'm watching it go. That seems like it's an actual improvement. Especially because, look, some of this compile times, it's taking up to 6 or 7 seconds on the host system. We might even be able to go quite a bit higher and get a rather significant increase. The next step would be to get ccache going. No. The problem is the VAX has non-standard IEEE floating point, and that does very bad things. It's similar to actual IEEE floating point, but a lot of things get unhappy with it. I think I'm gonna have some more yogurt. Yogurt with honey. Man, this is a good way to start the morning. I really do think Dash J free is faster. I feel so much better right now. C96, it's because VAX predates standardization of IEEE floating points. So you tried to build gmake for ports. That might be worth trying, like seeing if it blows up on 5.6, 5.7, 5.8. But we also saw a lot of instability. 5.6 I was able to finish the build, but it did crash once. Which implies the regression. See, I don't know where to start tacking this, but now that we can now build it faster, like, let's see if we can actually find a better repro case. Because at this point, now I've got a faster way to build the damn thing. Or at least that's the hope. Uh-oh. No, okay, it's still going. Yeah, like, some of these, like, that's, like, 16 seconds on BFP IF. I actually do think it could probably support J4, and we'd actually see a speed increase. Like, I'm actually quite satisfied with this. Alright, let's just see if it actually works, though. Yeah, because what I could have done for pump mode is I could have just installed 4 OpenBSD systems on the same exact, like, because it's a system compile, it's possible, I saw it not doing no standard header, so it might have actually been okay in pump mode, but without the include server, it's not going to work, and no Python. Yeah, the IEEE one is very similar to VAX. They probably based it off. DAC probably was the one that was... non-standard floating point is a very annoying problem in the mainframe space, but microcomputers largely are immune to it. VAX is about the only thing you will... VAX is the most common, and it's not common, thing you will see that on. I think it was mode F, because I actually did look at it. One of the big problems on the NetBSD port is SQLite is borked on VAX. And I still haven't decided how far I am really going to take this. Like, 5.9 might be where I tap out. But I would still think getting 5.9 working would be an actual victory. 6 and 6.1 are probably pretty doable, especially because Myode at least has the kernel resolved. I just would need to figure out the rest of the user land. I actually wonder if you ran NetBSD on a VAX 780, and it can be done, if you could actually run the PDP-11, run PDP-11 mode code. And if you really want to be sick, NetBSD on VAX should hypothetically be able to run BSD binaries. I wonder how hard it would be to make it run Unix binaries in that PDP-11 emulation mode. Like, the problem is it's really hard to think of something interesting to do with ancient Unix, because the only thing that you could really do is you could either compile something, or you could do text editing. That's really the two things that system was used for. Well, then you could do a PDP-11 BSD, because I'm mostly just curious if there's any code to actually show how it works. I've looked at the VAX system manuals, but the ones that are on BitSavers are 87, so it only talks about the PDP-11 mode very briefly and not in enough detail to actually do jack or shit with it. I mean, that would... did the original VAX... Was VMS ready for the original VAX? I'd assume that you'd probably... That would be Ultrix 32, wouldn't it? Like, if I really wanted to look into that, something that might have PDP-11 compatibility. Ultrix 32 might have it for the ability to run either PDP, V7 binaries. It might. It's the only thing I could think offhand that might have it. Yeah, so it probably was... So one of the ways you could run a PDP-11, and probably the more common way to do it at the time, is that instead of running Unix, you could load a program punch tape like Fortran 4 compiler, and then have it load in a deck from either punch cards or from magtape, and then it could write out the binary code like that. That would have been a very budget setup with basically a single deck tape and a card reader of some sort. Although, even by the 70s, card reader... Well, no, you'd probably still have to get one from deck, but you could wire something together. Yeah, but wasn't it only the original generation of VAX chips that still had PDP-11 backwards compatibility? It didn't last long in the ISA. Well, the thing is that over time, developers will implement things that have a 5 to 10% system performance penalty, like in position independent binaries, because in current day we can afford a 5% performance penalty. Back in these days, you could not. If you actually want to see what these systems were like to use back in the day, load up Ultrix 5.4.5 absolutely screams compared to 5.8. OpenBSD 5.8. Oh, sorry, I should actually say instead of NetBSD. OpenBSD is actually a little bit more faster, probably because it's GCC 3. Although GCC 3 to GCC 4, there was a pretty notable performance bump, or from 2 to 3. So maybe that's not fair because GCC had a long period of sucking. All right, hold on a sec. The proof is going to be in the compile time. I mean, you know what? I'm happy with this stream because we actually walked away with something fucking working, which has not been the theme of the last few of these. Yes, no, sorta. The problem is that modern systems have literal additional levels of plumbing, which in and of themselves, like back in the VAX era, everything would have been a bare metal C program, or at least compiled code. C, Fortran was probably, most of VMS was written in actual assembly with parts of it written in C, and then DEC added parts in every single programming language. So parts of it are in Fortran, parts of it are in Bliss, parts of it are in Ada, yada yada yada, if the legends are to be believed. The flip side is, like, modern systems spend a lot of their processing power not in kernel mode, but doing stuff like system management. You also have considerable overhead from SMP, because SMP is not free. It's realistically, there is a decline. There is diminishing returns the more cores you add. For most workloads, you can get out of that if you're doing asymmetric multiprocessing or AMP. And it's semi-possible to do that on modern hardware. You can essentially dedicate you could hypothetically run an Intel processor and have the cores run entirely separately. Which is, I guess, like, I don't know why you would do it, but you could do it. Hyper-V lets you handle it in a more transparent sort of way. This is almost done building, chat, and I don't think that took anywhere as long. Like, I don't know about you, but, like, this literally does feel considerably like it has actually gone faster, because I recognize where it is in the files. Like, it's actually spending a fair bit of time. Compile okay. Is this the time the client is running, or is it the time for the actual compile to go? Like, it may not... It is doing LZ. I did enable LZO and compression. I did actually do that, so that may be having an effect. Alright, I'm going to actually add the stream. so update the stream title. Okay, we just had a whole bunch of spam bots show up in my server. Like, it literally looked like just some. It looked like. You look, Discord. My server has occasionally gotten hit with like OnlyFan bots, like just general Discord spam. It's not a targeted thing, just the type of shit that shows up across the wretches of the internet. Oh wait, did I just kill your account? Hold on. Did I just C96? Did I actually just ban you out? Oh man, I am so sorry. Hold on, let me look at the server list. There was a bunch of spam accounts, and if I just banned you, I can unban you. That's a mistake on my part. Server management. Wow, they have just changed how this works. Past hour. Or, no, all. Past hour. Okay. Hey, look, it's done. Actually, look, that's actually fast. That is actually faster. Like, that is actually faster. Shit. Did it not save the time? Oh, fuck me. It didn't save the time. It was about 30 minutes. It was 29 minutes versus 32. Let's see here. I'm just currently looking at what's recommended here. So it looks like J10 might actually be the sweet spot. I'm reading a post on Argentoo about someone who actually did this. I also do want to test ccache, so you know what? That is not a bad thing to do right now. So let me grab ccache. That's probably not going to work. How am I going to get that on you? I have to get this from the host laptop, so that would be... What is the host laptop's IP address? 101. Well, good enough. Because I actually am curious on how much of a difference ccache should make this very fast. I just want to make sure we're using it correctly. Uh-oh. I just saw a CMake file. Please have auto tools? Scheist. Do I really, really want ccache that badly? Changelog. Please tell me there's a changelog. Because it is possible they did not always use ccache. Or they didn't always use auto tools. That looks really miserable to compile. I mean, you know what? We could try and build CMake. CMake on a goddamn Vax. This is probably This is probably one of the worst ideas I've ever had. I don't even know if this is possible. I assume that this might actually work. And then I'm looking at the size of ccache, and I am like, oh dear God, Uh, it's GCC 3. I am not optimistic. I am really not optimistic. Uh, I am exceptionally not optimistic. Like, this is going to be proper Glacier. Even if it does work. Oh my god. 10 megabytes of source. I don't even know if CMake... Like, if it's used in ports, then... I almost wonder if I'm better off just downloading ports and trying to do it that way with ports current, but the odds are it wouldn't actually... I'm actually rethinking that one. Do I actually want to try that? I'm legitimately sitting here thinking, if there's any chance in hell, let me actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me go see if the unfortunate bad solution to this is if I could use NetBSD's toolchain as a standard GCC, it might suck less. But I really don't want to build that. That just sounds miserable. Building GCC on a VAX. Obviously it's been done before, but I mean, I've already done it before on this project, but modern GCC, it's like, oh, rip. Yeah, I think I would have to go back quite a few years, but that's why I'm thinking OpenBSD maintains the ports collection, but some of the ports require newer GCC. Like, I don't know if I care enough to even try. Like, ccache would be really fucking nice. I don't know how much we actually need it, though. Alright, for absolute shits and giggle, like, what system was this guy running, Yeah, I really would like ccache, but I don't think it's going to happen. Let me look at the older releases and just see if it's hypothetically possible. But I am really not. Like, let's go all the way back. I'm in 2019. I'm in 2018. Okay, so this was just an import of a bunch of the old ones. So why don't we see if, like, ccache 2.3 might be usable. Like, that old, it might be doable. Like, because this is old GCC. Old ccache might be okay with this. 2.3. Because it might drastically help things. Oh, chat, look, there's a configure script. There's a goddamn configure script. When? That is an absolute fucking win. Oh, that is complete and total win. You know what? I hate it when you know, I should say I hate it, but people always used to say NC Commander, and it's like, no, you're right. It's ccache, not ccache. I just think of cc because it's a compiler, and that's how you compile it. So it's ccache cc, because a lot of times I'm thinking about this in my head. I have no one to speak to about this. This is absolute utter fucking win. I look, I have an entire video on my channel dedicated to the fucky wuckiness that is Itanium. Granted, it's fucky wuckiness in the context of a pinball game. Yes, that, but let's see here. My god, a stream where I actually get everything I set out to do done. What is this magic? Granted, we're still not out of the woods yet. That is actually quite tasty. Okay. Well, we let that build. I feel so much better right now. Netburst. I heard you like pipelines, so I added some pipelines to your pipeline. Okay, so now we have a ccache. All right, so max size of the cache is let's set the cache size to 4 gig. I believe that goes into, I don't remember where it saves it. Okay, so ccache variable is where it will keep it. So for that to work, so I want to have export ccache build ccache ccache dir. And let me go stick that in a login script, because that's the type of thing I will forget to do. Assume profile would be the right place. Yeah, fuck it. That's good enough. Alright. So ccache M we'll set 4 gigs, which should be more than enough, I hope. Alright, let's actually try this. So let's go to 55 kbuild, make clean. So let's run it J4 just out of curiosity, because I am actually curious if that's going to be faster or not. I assume that if it is, it won't be much, but so time. So it would be ccache distcc, and for good measure, I'll add it here as well. Okay, so now that's going to start building the cache. Oh, hold on, let me actually control C that. Make clean. Time make J4 build J4 log. Fuck it. It'll be fine. Make J4 log, blah, 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 blah. And, oh, hold on. So cache, yes, so cache size, cache miss. So clear the cache. And let's see if it actually helps. Because obviously it's going to be cold caches every time through. So look, interestingly, the command changed, because now it's build ccache, because it's saving all the pre-processed headers. Although it hasn't compiled anything in a while. I think it's actually... I suspect this is going to be a bit slower. Oh, right, yeah, that might actually, it might help if, the actual build is running. Okay, build 55 kbuild, fine, time, make J4. ccache will actually slow it down because it has to write all those temporary files out. Although that does seem significantly slower, to be honest, chat. Like, if we... How far back can we actually go? We can't actually go back all that far. You know what, chat? I'll take your... I'm going to ask your opinion. Is this faster or not? No, I only need ccache on one machine. Chad thinks, yeah, it definitely seems faster. Yeah, it's like... I actually just recently gave my Power Mac G5 got rehomed. That one kind of hurt, to be honest. But I had hoped that I'd be able to find a G4, G3 relatively easily, although chat's making me feel like it isn't. The only reason that G5... It was one of the models that could hypothetically have run the early Xbox dev kit. I didn't acquire it for that purpose, and I ultimately, with the move coming up, I have to get rid of as much, and I got that system for like $100, so I passed it off to a good home. Oh, client did not provide distcc magic fairy dust. Did something die? Oh, look, it actually, there was an IO timeout. It did actually quit that time. So it's not completely perfect, but it's a lot happier than it was before. So the question is ccache actually doing anything? So it's currently 66 4 kilobytes. And what exactly is it saving here? Oh, that's probably not the command I want to run. Like, if I go into E3... Yeah, like, I'm looking at this, and now I'm wondering if this is actually worth it, because it's... Actually, you know, reading these factors in performance, I might be losing... You know, I think we're losing performance due to ccache, plus it's now also having timeouts. So I think 3 is the happy number. I think ccache is not worth it, now that I'm seeing how it actually performs. Like, I'd have to try it on incrementals, but... Like, I'm looking at this, and I'm not convinced that this is worthwhile. So, with that said, is this source code actually been built? I believe this is... Yeah, so this source code's been built, and this was a thing I actually screwed up last time I did this. I should have built this in user object, make object. Yeah. So I think the winning thing to do here is, yeah, so let me, I believe this is a link, right? Yeah, it is. So right, yeah, because this is the build that we did originally. This is, let's actually set up a clean build, and let's actually see if we can run it, how long it takes to run through with distcc. It's not going to be fast, but it should be faster? Question mark. The reason this build errored out due to, I made a mistake when I set up the VM. I put the partition on mount, which is a no-no. Let me look at OpenBSD build release. It's a pity we can't use pump mode. Pump mode would probably get this ridiculously fast. Alright, so ports, source, okay. So if I want to build, install new kernel, I've done that. Make object, and we'll do it non-root because you're actually supposed to do it as a non-root user. Actually, Control C. So I want to get rid of as many factors as is humanly possible. So make object, I guess it doesn't really matter, all things considered. I think, yeah, the missing step, hold on, let me make attempt to change. Do I have a user on the system? let's see here. Source system 55 old systar. No, hold on. Then we want to extract. All right, now we wait. I am optimistic that this will be faster. I'm just going to run at J3 and cross my fingers. Sorry, I just stared into the face of Reddit, and Reddit stared back. C96 Elia, thank you for the $1 super chat. Yeah, I'll give that a heart. Like, it's still something special. It's still a buck. Every little bit helps. Like, realistically, a $1 super chat is basically from from watch time ads on each live stream. I get anywhere between $3 to $8. So, if 8 people super chatted $1 each, it would literally double my income from each stream. I mean, that's the numbers we're talking about. It is fucking piddly. Like, if I could actually find full-time paid work, which at this point I'm not looking quite yet, but I know that it's going to be coming. You know, it's like YouTube money is nice, but it's not that nice. I mean, you know, like, if I really wanted to do something stupid, you could turn a router into a nice. I've run Debian on a router before. Let's put it like that.
I've never seen anything like this out here. Get out of the car.
so... I mean, I was involved with the Unslug project. It's probably the earliest place I actually... I may have had commit rights to Herd before that, but I think that was the first project on SourceForge I had commit rights to. Because I remember using an X-Acto knife to make it go faster, and trying to build GCC on the damn thing was an exercise in frustration and pain. It's not so easy just to take an RTX 4090 with PCI and make it go burr. We never, like, you could hypothetically do that with, like, an ARM device, but I never actually saw it work because almost all those drivers have a fuck ton of platform specific code in it. You might be able to get a 3D effects card to work if you could stick it in a PCIe slot. I don't know if it would actually work, and I'm a little afraid to find out.
ท็อป 16 คันสุดท้ายครับ
ออกมาแล้วเอ้าไม่รู้แหละ
บอกว่าไม่เป็นไรรถนี้วิ่งข้างๆเอาเลยรถนี้มองกระจกหน้าครับไม่มองกระจกหน้า
You want to visit Taliban-controlled Afghanistan as a tourist. I'm an American who's been backpacking around the country, and here are the 3 necessary steps that you have to take to be able to safely visit the country. Step 1. Get the visa. Once the government switched, most Afghan embassies closed. However, there are a few Taliban consulates. I've listed them on screen. The most expensive visas are upwards of $300, which are issued in European consulates, and the cheapest is just $100 in Peshawar, Pakistan. Step 2. Enter the country. You can fly into Kabul from all the major airports listed on the screen, or you can cross a land border. I came in from Pakistan via the Torkham border, which is one of the most legendary border crossings in the world, and I highly recommend it. Step 3. Get your permits. This is arguably the most crucial step, because if you're walking around Afghanistan without permits, you could even be jailed. First, you'll have to head to the Ministry of Information and Culture, which is located at the coordinates listed on the screen. Here, you want to visit Taliban-controlled Afghanistan as a tourist. I'm an American who's been backpacking around the country, and here are the 3 necessary steps that you have to take to be able to safely visit the country. Step 1. Get the visa. Once the government switched, most Afghan embassies closed. However, there are a few Taliban consulates. I've listed them on screen. The most expensive visas are upwards of $300, which are issued in European consulates, and the cheapest is just $100 in Peshawar.
Sorry, I'm just a little bit out of it right now. I have audio playing on stream? Oh, I was literally watching a video, a clip on Reddit about someone who was looking at playing tourist in Afghanistan. I did tourist in Iraq a long time ago, but tourist in Afghanistan, I would probably be willing to step foot in Kabul, but that's about it. Yep. Whoops. Yeah, it was talking about the permits and requirements. I didn't realize my audio was still playing. I'm not even signed into Reddit. It was literally something on the main page. I really hope that doesn't get me a copyright strike. I really hope that's not on. I'm gonna put a mark on that. Oh, what's this button? Create highlight video. Oh, that's interesting. I can literally just create a highlight of, like, what, the last 5 minutes? Oh. Oh, that is an interesting feature. And then I can actually just make it private. Oh, that is actually quite nice. When did they add that? I know they've had the clip feature for a while, but that's a user one. I don't... It wasn't as easy for me to use it. I've been to quite a few authoritarian states. You'd really be surprised at how much it doesn't matter on a day-to-day basis. At least as a foreigner, it usually doesn't. Living and working in China was a fascinating experience. I shouldn't have written it open because I've already had my audio leak once. Yeah, so we've had leaked audio. I really hope that's not on YouTube. If not, I'm going to lose stream revenue. But, well, I'll lose it on the VOD. The live should be fine. Because if it worked on live, then Moist Critical would be broke. Or at least I really... Alright. Adam, thank you for the, Cameradone, thank you for the $10 super chat. I've been to Iraq. Iraq was probably the... I don't want to say the dodgiest place I've ever been, because it's not a good way to describe it. But definitely the one which people tend to pay attention to. Is it done yet? This is taking... I don't want to say it go like this is taking forever, because I signed up for this. This is willing. No, we are currently extracting the base system for another go. I am going to test... I'm going to see if we can actually run distcc, and if so, how much fucking faster it is. Now that we've got distcc actually going, because if this is no faster, then I'm going to be pissed, but at least now I know. We're about to test to see if distcc and OpenBSD 5.5 works. We're basically doing another burn-in test. This should be significantly faster, I hope. Well, no, I do think it's actually significantly faster. But you know what? I should do a J1 test instead. Although J2 is probably the happy medium ground here. Like, we can compare it, and I can show you how much slower / faster it is. Frame Buffer, thank you for the CLP. What? CLP. I assume that's Chilean? I've learned that 1 Chilean peso is worth 1/10 of a US cent. And thank you for that. Is your 3rd super chat that you've done on the channel. Let me hit the heart button. It's still $1. Every little dollar counts. Look, every little dollar. I don't know how to sing a song about $1. A herd is a herd is a herd of gnu's. I really hope to get to Chile sometime relatively soon. I want to get to the bottom of the world. I've been to the top of the world. Now I want to go to the bottom. I would live off the money, to be perfectly blunt, because this is currently my main source of income for the foreseeable future. I'm hoping to get back to work, but realistically that... either I grow my channel to the point I can live off it, or I get back to work. But that won't be until I've got a more stable living situation again. Seabass Apologist, thank you for the $10 super chat. God damn, this is a lot of super chats. That is actually a lot of super chats. I mean, god damn, folks, you are completely and totally, like, winning it. Like, I should do, like, streamer thank you for the $2 Canadian. No, wait, $2 Canadian? You can't buy a liter of soda for $2 Canadian. Like, you only could buy some of those, what is it, 391 milliliter cans? It's like, and considering what Loblaws is currently doing to Canada, I mean, isn't it something like more like $5 a can? Because, you know, Canada has to deal with the parts, you know, Loblaw sucks. I worked for Canonical. Trust me, I know. There's a reason I'm not running Linux anymore. James Shed, thank you for the $2 Australian super chat. So, all right. So, how many Arch Linux user? Hold on. You know what? I think we have to ask the question. We have to ask question. %of you are, do we need an Arch support group? That is a shocking high number of Arch Linux users. BSD for life. Thank you for the $20 super chat, Andy. Don't use Arch out of spite. Spite for what? I really hope that one thing doesn't cause a content ID. Although content ID should not affect Super Chat. Super Chat, Super Thanks should not be affected by content ID. And if it is, I am going to be fucking pissed. Yeah, I've never had a content ID claim on something that I've gotten a Super Chat. But I also doubt, I mean, that was probably a random TikTok that was uploaded to YouTube because it looked like to Reddit, and then the audio played. Because I was watching it with the audio turned off and I didn't hear it. Yes, it would get me to Canada, but it's going a lot farther than El Canada. Not Alaska level far, but I almost am tempted. See, I don't want to shut the have a VOD problem. Yeah, so that's being monetized. Stream analytics, stream health. Let's see here. Studio. Actually, no, I know for a fact that live shouldn't, because they can't match live in real time. I don't know. I'm just being paranoid. Paranoia is, well, I shouldn't say paranoia is good, but I'm just like tired. I am legitimately tired. So there's VI. Yeah, wow. I'm suddenly feeling like all sorts of tired. So I might get close to wrapping this up here. So I know last time I did Thingy, Wow, yeah, my brain is definitely at the end of it. I'm gonna basically just wait until this extracts. I'm gonna kick off the build, and then we're just gonna start another stream, and we're just gonna see how far we get in. Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. I can run make J2. I think that J2 is probably the right option because it's probably going to run commands like make dep and stuff. Um, so it probably will rocket a fair bit faster without. At least I hope so. I am. I am there. I am tired. I really, like I said, I've really come to appreciate, like, the BSDs. Like, I definitely want to spend more time using them. I mean, I'm technically, if you want to call Darwin a BSD, it probably is fair. Okay, so that means we've extracted the base system. We're now extracting the kernel. Hey, look, there's actually some good news. Apple is making, looks like they're going to make their AI features opt-in. So, nice. I'm now also reading an article on Ars Technica talking about the VMware Broadcom reaction. About basically everything you would get. Wow, chat is actively going pretty quickly right now. I do wonder if gzip was actually slowing it down or not. I mean, the network is never going to be impressively fast. And gzip probably is... yeah, gzip's probably still an improvement. I mean, gzip was usable even on Windows 3.1. It's specified as part of HTTP. It's an ancient standard. Even VAX, was still in common use. Deflate was probably more common. That's compress, but gzip was just written to get around the pan. Civilization 7's coming. The last one I played was 5. I completely... 5 was decent, although the AI was remarkably bad. It got better with the expansions, but never got good. So Apple is also committed to updating their phones for 5 years now, which is actually a really good, is other good news. Yay, government regulation. Well, I don't think Apple is Rabbit. I don't think, like, as much as you want to call Siri an AI or non-AI, and let's be honest, you could probably make the case. Like, what is considered AI these days is... Alright, so, hold on. I actually have to sit here and think for a moment. Alright, so make object, make, I guess I'm going to J2 depend and make J2, hold on, let me actually figure out the best way to do this. Am I running screen? I am running screen. Awesome. So if I do... That's not quite what I want. Yeah, I actually need a screen cheat sheet now. Split screen, here we go. Okay, so I want to close this one, control. No, I didn't want to do that. I really didn't want to do that. See, I have this happen, and then it doesn't recognize the password. Okay, hold on. I don't know how I've done this multiple times. I really need a better solution to this. I have to kill that. Damn it. That's gonna be a hard crash on that that instance. Damn it. Well, at least this time I can just run by, yeah, that, you know, that works. That's not what I wanted, was it? Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so let me, we'll open up the NAS on the bottom, because the NAS is going to run distcc. Alright, let's see if we can get this going. I'm getting pretty close to my stream stopping time, but I would like to take this a little further. Nope, that's not what I wanted. So if I want, I can change this pane to... oh, no, that's... Okay, hold on. If I want to rotate this, it's... Oh, like that. Okay, cool. That's definitely interesting. Yeah, you know what? This is good enough. I'm not going to go overkill on this. I am literally... I am exhausted. ACPI S3. Well, I want to get this started at least, and then I will start up a new stream, copy this one over, and we would cut over. Yeah, just watching what they've been doing at Broadcom, like, all the companies, Oracle at least kept Java, you know, like, did, as much as I dislike Oracle, they did a pretty decent job with Java. I feel like if Google had it, it would probably been worse. I used to be thinking Google would have probably been better off for buying Sun, but I think actually Oracle was probably the better ending. I have problems with Oracle's database product on multiple levels, but I'll be back in a little bit. Yes, that is done. Well, it's not done booting, but it's done running the disk check. Yeah, I've heard that joke that Oracle is a small engineering team. I mean, realistically speaking, they haven't done all that much with Java. They've just basically kept it going. Yeah, I'm pretty close to my, I'm actually starting to fade. So, I want to do everything I need to actually get, this going. I do not want to log as root. Apparently I'm going to have to do that. so let's yes, that's got to I'm gonna go with J2. J3 may be better, but we'll see. Let's see how much of an actual time increase we get. Hold on. Okay, that didn't quite work the way I was expecting it to go. And away it goes. I don't know how long this is going to take, but it'll probably take a while. Like, hold on. Hold on, Control C. Is this actually working, or... Okay, so you know what? We do actually need to set this. Okay, so that actually worked. Make file. Alright, well that's going to start making all the links. This might take a while. It's the version of it's Tmux but with a config profile from the Bayaboo. It's what gets shipped by default in Mac. I believe it's in Mac ports. See, this is why I'm a little worried that distcc isn't going to actually help speed anything up, because this is not particularly fast to begin with. But once it sets up the entire environment, it might be okay. I've never actually played with WebSphere. I'm going to take a brief break. I guess I can leave it up. There's no reason why I can't. I would need to set up another live stream and start migrating people over to it. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to do that, because honestly, at this point, I'm quite tired. You know, here's what I'll do, is I'm going to set an alarm for... Oh, hold on. Oh, Adrian's Digital Basement just dropped a video about booting Unix. Did not go as planned. That probably is not good. Yeah, let me hit the schedule stream button and then reuse settings. So there's the basic stream. So I set monetization on. I set the mid rolls. Yeah, it's all set. It's all set. And yeah, I'll set it to be public. Because I have to have it public so I can cut people over to the new stream. Okay, so that's the new stream set up. So now if I go here, because this will make sure the VOD gets saved. This is something I figured out. And then if I go redirect, distributed paint drying, and now if I cut the stream over, it will cause everyone to move over to the new stream.